Click the button.
I clicked the button.
All right, y'all. Well, we are live. We are doing things a little differently tonight. You'll notice Adam and I don't have our headphones on. You'll probably hear some background noise in my office or studio. We are going to basically just be here until they announce a winner, Adam.
I don't know about that. We'll have to see.
I don't know. You serious, Clark? So we're just going to we're going to talk about this. We're going to talk about what's going on. We are going to be as bipartisan as possible. Just want to let you guys know off the top, we are both conservatives, moderate-leaning conservatives.
Yeah.
So we will probably we're going to do our best to curtail our excitement or disappointment or anything like that. We're just going to do this. We're going to talk facts. We're going to talk what's happening, and chat with us. Let's just all have fun. Let's just see what happens.
Enjoy the American experiment playing out in real time.
Yep. I don't think Lawrence is in South Carolina. Redefine. Yeah. Keep in mind, guys. Whoa! What was that?
What was what?
Your light just flashed.
Oh, I'm rearranging my monitors.
Okay. Yeah, I've only got my one TV in here, so I'm a little.
I've got my iPad and you on this one, and I'm going to have another Hulu stream on this one. So
it's not a bad idea. I need to get. Maybe I need to bring my iPad in here. It's not a bad idea. Tonight with this whole thing, I'll probably, I'll be getting up and moving. You'll be, Adam will probably be getting up and moving. We might see some appearances by Blair and Amanda. Hopefully not the kids, because everyone else's kids will be in bed. Hopefully. But let's just talk. Let's see what happens. Adam, so far you had your bracket is chalk.
Pretty much, yeah. I think the 6 states for me that jump out are Florida, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Ohio, and Pennsylvania. I think that's really Trump's only path unless he overcomes what is like a 5 or 6 point deficit in the polls. If Biden wins any of those 6, I think it's over at that point.
I agree.
But yeah, everything up until now, and nobody's called Florida except a couple of websites. But I mean, it's the New York Times has. I'll pull up some probabilities and we'll talk that kind of stuff here in a second. But
yeah,
because you had a higher count. I've got 278. My final, what I expect to see.
Yeah, I've got it somewhere around 289. Either or. I'm not. I think the path that I see and the things that I've seen so far, I think Trump is going to win it.
Yeah,
but I'm trying not to read too much into the polls and the exit data and all that stuff.
Yeah.
The one thing that you said is, looking at all these polls before Election Day, you were looking at one particular exit poll. What was it and why?
One particular exit poll. I'm trying to remember. Trafalgar. Yeah, Trafalgar is the one that it correctly predicted Michigan,
cold coffee,
Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. A couple of the ones that Trump won. It was the only poll to correctly call all of that batch in the Rust Belt. And so I've been watching that one because one of the things that I read about that they do is they don't just ask, who are you voting for? One of the ways that they tease out some more of the data is they say, who do you expect to win? And they add that question in there. They try to get that hidden vote out, like somebody who doesn't want to say I'm voting for Biden, I'm voting for Trump. That question is less personal.
Yeah.
And they can get a little bit more data from it. And that's the one, honestly, in a lot of these states, it had Trump up there towards the end. And that was where a lot of their momentum came from, was that. And I think Susquehanna had a couple, and I saw a couple of Insider Advantage do that too. But Trafalgar is the one I've been kind of watching just because of that different question. It's just interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting. I'm sitting here looking at, and we also, yes, the presidential race is big. We also need to look at the House and the Senate, because if Biden wins and the Republicans sweep the House and Senate, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
If Trump wins and Dems sweep the House and Senate, it doesn't matter.
It's just gridlock.
Right. So we'll have another 4 years of what we've had.
Pretty much.
So I'm interested to see what's going on. What are you seeing in all that?
From which part?
Just the House and Senate races.
I honestly haven't really been looking at it because the polls have been closing so much. I think the interesting one for me so far has been that McConnell won that easily.
Yeah.
I mean, they spent $100 million. The Democrats did trying to flip that seat blue, and it was called almost as soon as the polls closed.
Yeah.
You know,
I was hoping to not, use this wonderful Easter egg so early in our talk, but can we talk about why, as soon as polls close, like I'm watching NBC right now because I like the crawl that they have on for local here for my local station. But as soon as like Arkansas closed, they popped it up and said, Arkansas just closed and it's too early to call. Well, no crap, Sherlock. I mean, are we stupid?
Are you stupid?
Are you some kind of stupid? I mean, why do they even waste breath on that?
Yeah, I know that's the question I can't answer. You're the broadcasting guy.
Because they try to, I don't know,
trying to keep it interesting.
Yeah, Carrie, I don't like horses, basketball, or chicken anymore. What?
Kentucky.
Oh, I guess they just announced Kentucky. Well,
they announced Kentucky a long time ago. Oh, Carrie, because of Mitch McConnell.
Yeah. Bourbon is from Kentucky. You gonna tell me you don't like bourbon anymore?
You don't like the bourbon anymore?
Don't like the bourbon? I'm. You'll notice that there's no bourbon on my desk tonight, just because I know this is going to be a long night.
Yeah.
And I don't need any downers. I need the uppers of coffee.
There you go. I'm going to be doing that here in a little bit too, but caffeine free, so I guess there's not.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Jeffrey Martin. Illinois was called for Biden with 3% of the vote counted. That's what gets me. Granted, I don't recall the last time Illinois voted red. Reagan, maybe?
Yeah. But I think, if they look at it, they know a lot of the early votes, though. Everything we expected. I guess they have enough confidence with 3%.
Yeah. Carrie says he can get bourbon from Tennessee. Don't get me started, Carrie.
Oh, man.
Bourbon is not Tennessee. Bourbon is Kentucky. Tennessee is whiskey.
Whiskey.
Carrie, spoken like a novice whiskey and bourbon drinker.
Wow. No, don't insult our audience, man. Come on.
Let's Carrie.
Unity.
Yeah. Adam, I can't speak on these, so I'm going to let you talk about these. Vance Cope asked any nonpartisan input on the Florida amendments.
Yeah, so I'm pulling them up just so I can read through them. The minimum wage one, I think, is an interesting one. I mean, that's always a topic that comes up. I always waffle on minimum wage. I mean, there was basically a plan where it would bring it to $10,
right,
and increment it by $1 every year after that until it hit 15. And I always struggle with that one because there's one side of it that is the cost of living in Florida is high, and we should do something about that.
Right.
But at the same time, if you raise the minimum wage, prices are going to go up.
Yep.
Which makes the cost of living even higher in Florida than it already is. So that one's weird. I think that one's probably going to pass, though. Honestly, I mean, that one seems like the momentum is in that direction because the cost of living just is high here, and that's just the way it is. The first one was to put in the state constitution that only U.S. citizens who are 18 years or older can vote.
Alabama did that one too.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem with that. I mean, it's not a partisan thing. I think that makes perfect sense because you have to be 18 to register.
Right.
So I think I don't really understand why that's in there except to close loopholes and things like that. 2 was the minimum wage. 3 was a top 2 open primary system for state office primary elections.
Say what?
So if it passes, then there's basically the state legislators, governor, and cabinet get a top 2 open primary system.
Right.
Instead of the current system where closed primaries are held by each party. I don't have a problem with the current system personally.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe somebody has a good reason to change that. But I think things like this come into number 4, which required voter-approved constitutional amendments to be approved by voters a second time. So the first time it's on a ballot, if a supermajority gets it of 60%, which is something that passed like I think in 2006 or something like that. But if a 60% supermajority votes and they pass it, it goes on the next ballot and it has to get another 60%. So that one I thought was interesting because I think the people who were for it said that there are a lot of frivolous frivolous things that can get added to the Constitution that protects from it. But at the same time, if it passed with 60%, that just seems to me like someone could get something passed and then you can let it kind of calm down and come back to it again.
Right.
It only has to be beaten once to stop, but it has to go twice to win. That's not how America works. So
yeah,
I voted against it. So Vance says 3 was important to him because he's non-party affiliation and he can't vote in primaries. So there you go. That would be the case for 3.
That's a big deal. I think that's a great deal. Alabama has an MPA. You don't have to say I'm voting Republican or voting Democrat. So
sure. Yeah.
I mean, I am a card-carrying Republican, but I voted for Democrats before. So
yeah. Yep.
It's not a big deal.
5 was something about transferring Save Our Home benefits to new homestead properties. So if you claim a new homestead property within 2 years, you can transfer that benefit. It pushed it out to 3. I think we ought to be able to let people do that. So I voted no on that one. And then 6 is allowing a homestead property tax discount to be given to a surviving spouse of a deceased veteran.
Right.
Who's going to vote no on that?
Right. Exactly.
So
well, there's
I'm sure someone has a good point for voting no against it.
Yeah.
But
Alabama had 3 different amendments that we had to vote for, but it was in different counties. Alabama has one of the oldest state constitutions. Alabama needs a new constitution.
Yeah.
But Alabama, we had 3 different amendments where it asked us, do we want to take racist language out of our constitution? Who in their right mind is going to vote no? And I guarantee that some stupid redneck's going to vote no.
I mean, you're going to get 10 to 15%, I'm sure, on anything.
Yeah.
No matter how much sense it makes. But
yeah. Here we go. So Jeffrey Martin, there are a few states wanting to allow 16 plus to vote, at least in the local elections, but that can be confusing because you need 2 different ballots based on your age. See, I honestly, and this is where I'm going to be a hypocrite. Don't you dare bring this up. I know you're going to.
I didn't say anything.
This is going to okay. I think that even 18 is a little too young to vote.
The 16-year-olds are taking economics classes right now and are probably more in tune to what they're voting for than American.
Are you hearing the pundit?
No.
Amanda, you're being too quiet. She says 16-year-olds are taking economics right now, so they're probably more in tune. Economics and government, so they're probably more in tune to what people are doing right now anyway. So are you there or are you frozen?
Yep.
You, sir, you're frozen.
Here.
Okay.
I have beamforming Google Wi-Fi in my home. I'm just fine. Anyway,
okay.
So it's tough for me because with 16, you're still under your parents' roof. You're still in school. Even a local election, you're not paying property tax. You're not paying ad valorem tax. I mean, I don't know. I don't think so. So here's a might be considered slightly partisan thing, and I agree with Vance. 16-year-olds shouldn't vote. Have you seen what they vote for in Teen Choice? Yeah, exactly. Miley Cyrus, anybody? But the main thing for me is that this feels like if you look at the core groups that different people typically vote for. Yeah. Typically, a younger millennial-aged person. Because you're at that point in your life. What's the old adage you always hear? When you're young, you're a Democrat because your heart is soft for everything. When you're old, you're a Republican because you don't want anybody on your property or taking your money. Right. That kind of thing, right? And I think that there's a lot of these things that are just like, how can we get another block of voters where a majority of them are going to vote for my party?
Yep.
You see it with a lot of age groups. You see it with redistricting. You see it with gerrymandering and all that kind of stuff. It's all about just blocks of people. And I don't think 16, I mean, you can't at the same time say you can be 26 and be on your parents' insurance, but you can vote when you're 10 years younger than that. I mean, it's getting to where it's just too much.
Yeah. All right. We're getting a lot of people in here. Carly Malden, well, Malden's her maiden name, but she is, she's 16 plus. A 16-year-old does not understand the government. Agreed.
I disagree.
She also disputed Amanda. They don't take economics and in government as a 16-year-old that senior year.
When you're almost 18.
Jeffrey Martin, which I totally agree with this. 16-year-olds are too influenced by what they see on social media and not really doing due diligence on the research. But that's just, I mean, honestly, at 16, I didn't do any research. Yeah, Amanda's playing devil's advocate. Carrie wrote a book over here. Not every 16-year-old is going to be in tune. Most public school economics classes are going to be geared and structured by government agenda. Agreed. That's why I'm grateful to have gone to a private school and not received the government curriculum. 16 is too young.
Yep.
Agreed.
Yep.
And Carly says 26 on people's insurance because of college.
No, I get it, but
some people go to college.
Like at some point, you have to be an adult, and it's not 16; it's definitely 26. You know, I get the reasons why, but
yeah,
it's just funny. But I think with that one, you know, we had the conversation all along around when are you an adult, when you're not an adult. I mean, driving is one thing. You know, but voting and doing that kind of stuff is something different. If you can give an 18-year-old a gun and say go off to war, they have to be allowed to vote. I mean, that's so 18. I think is the age where it has.
Can we mute Carly for this?
No. Did you see the ad she ran for Biden with the truck and the camo and the beer? Regardless of whichever side you're on, that was just weird.
I actually did not. Well, anything Lady Gaga does is weird anyway. That's but true. I did not see that ad.
Oh, you have to look that up then.
Oh my gosh, Carrie. She'd have a great poker face. Oh my god. Carrie, that was a Dave Adams joke. Thank you. You've been hanging around me a little too long.
Too true.
So NBC is calling Colorado for Biden with 15% voted.
Yeah, no surprise there.
Yeah, that's chalk. South Dakota goes to Trump. All the cattle and the deer and the antelope voted Trump. I don't see anything weird. Texas is still a toss-up. According to NBC, with 60%, 60%, 49.3% to Trump, and 49.3% to Biden.
Let me share this real quick.
Okay.
This is what I love about election season is statistics.
Yeah, this is Adam all over it.
Yeah, so I mean, if you look at it though, you've got Houston, Austin, and Dallas, San Antonio. They're all like 90%, 82%, 81%. So they're 80% plus counted. And I know it's not as populated, but you have a pretty good swath of the state if this thing would cooperate. That hasn't been counted yet, you know. Right. So I think that it is too close to call, but just with 66%, it's tied, and you've already got most of your major cities covered.
Right.
And so I think eventually it will swing that way. But that is closer than it probably should be because of the big cities there.
Yeah. Carly asked, where did Florida go? I don't think they've called it yet, but it's going red. And by what I see, and I don't know if I am 100% accurate in this, but I saw a stat that said since the 60s somewhere. Yeah, you're still sharing your screen. Since the 60s somewhere. Wherever Florida goes, the election goes. So I don't know. And Brad Toon, still don't know why drinking and voting ages are not similar. 18 where in Canada agree with Adam on military service. Adam, are you frozen? Or am I frozen? Man, do me a favor. Go and check and see if Adam's frozen or if I'm frozen. So anyway, North Carolina is still too early to call. It's crazy. Adam says he's having Wi-Fi issues. I'm going to keep going with it.
Didn't he just say he didn't have Wi-Fi?
Yeah, he did say he had a big rolling Wi-Fi that he'll never have the Wi-Fi issues. So you want Crow, thy name is Adam Russell. So right now we're looking at Georgia, 37% in. Looks like Trump is 57.4 to 41.6 right now. What's crazy is Fulton County did not get the showing that a lot of people thought. Adam, what are you seeing? I see you're back. What have you seen about Fulton County in Georgia? Because that was a big one that they thought they were going to get a big turnout.
Yeah.
So you're still you froze again, bud. Brad Toon, Adam's in deep thought tonight. Love the chair. Anyway, Adam's back. I think. Are you just using too much bandwidth in your office?
Yeah, I don't know. I've got a Hulu running on my computer and one on my iPad. That's the only thing anybody's using in the house. But I'm going to turn it off on my computer. I think I'm asking my computer to do too much.
Okay, that's probably it. Oh, shocker. DC has gone to Biden.
What?
I know. I didn't see that happening. Jeffrey Martin, didn't Fulton County have a water main break that delayed voting? I didn't. They did. Okay. So it's that. Do you think that's
Well, they were saying with Fulton County, though, they were expecting 100 to 150,000, and turnout was only in like 15 to 20. It had nothing to do with the water main break. That's just how many people showed up. So I think turnout in Fulton County was not what they needed on election day to hold Georgia or to flip Georgia blue.
Okay. I'll tell you, this has Adam Russell built into it for the night. This is Adam's
Yep.
So this is your Super Bowl, isn't it?
Kind of, yeah.
So I try not to go look at Fox because I know how partisan they are.
Yep.
But looking at their map, it actually looks a lot more blue than I thought it would be. They actually right now have Texas leaning Biden.
Yeah, Fox's thing I'm not real pleased with. Not because it's showing blue, but because it's actually showing it based off of current vote totals and not expected.
Yeah.
So that leaning blue means that Biden has a small lead, but that's not forecasting how it's gonna pan out.
Yeah. Adam, you want to take this for Sherry? I'm going to take a quick break to brew me a cup.
Go ahead. Yeah, right now in Pennsylvania, Biden's up with 20% of votes reported, 62 to 36. But it's really not even a lot of Pittsburgh or Philly is reported out at that. So it's probably just the early vote that they're really counting there. Trying to zoom back out. Yeah, so Pennsylvania's only got 19% of the total vote reported at this point, Sherry. So Ohio and Pennsylvania aren't of concern if Florida goes red. I've got on my map that, like I said, those 6, Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, Arizona, Ohio, and Pennsylvania are the 6 that Trump has to win to hold office. And if Florida goes red, I think a lot of it has actually to do with Miami-Dade. I don't know if those demographics carry back over into Ohio and Pennsylvania. So it will be interesting to see how that plays out for sure. Yep. And Jeffrey, with Fulton County, there may be some voter suppression. Hopefully the water main was an accident and not intentional, right? But there may be some calls for that. But I think they'd have to look at how the precincts operated, right? And just see how they did.
Y'all, I just got coffee shamed by my wife.
For what?
I walked in, I said, I'm going to bring me another cup. She said, another one? This is your 3rd cup.
That's why you should have decaf, man.
What's decaf?
It'll change your life. I'm about to change your life.
By all means, lead the way. Let's see. Do I want mint chocolate chip or s'mores?
Do you like The Office?
Yeah.
Mint chocolate chip.
Ooh, or I can do my coconut rum flavor coffee.
Yeah, that would take place of the bourbon then.
Yeah, we'll go with that for tonight. Again. All right. So what are we looking at here? Hey, let's do something. I know that we've got our wonderful friend Canadian Brad Toon watching.
Yes, we do.
Brad, do me a favor. I don't know if you can call the birth line because of the whole Canadian thing, but while we're live, I would love to have your thoughts on what a international person looks at the United States election process. What does it look like to you guys up in the great north?
The great north.
What is it that Martin Short calls it?
The Great White North?
Is that what he calls it?
I think so.
Oh, okay.
I had to call the Canadian government today.
Oh, yeah. Amanda had to call the Canadian government today.
Really?
Yeah. Apparently NASA and Canada are tight.
Hey, let's not be talking about that.
Okay, apparently. Carly says Georgia's leaning red. Everyone else says decaf is good. Decaf is not good. So for those wondering about Alabama, 17% reporting for the U.S. Senate, Tubbs is up 60% to Jug Jones 40%.
I thought you meant he was up 60 percentage points, like 78 to 18. I was gonna be like, holy cow.
No. Tubbs is probably going to win that, but Kerry says, "Man, I want y'all to see Canada during election season with the amount of parties they have. I was baffled at all the different posters and signs and stickers. Overwhelming."
Wow.
That is a good thing. So, we're a two-party system.
Yep.
Always have been. I don't even think that there's a legit third party that's ever reared its ugly head.
The Bull Moose Party?
Do what?
Bull Moose Party?
Yeah, and that's the one that
The birthday party.
no, Amanda, not the birthday party. That's the one that Teddy Roosevelt tried to pull up, right?
Yeah.
And then I don't know. It's just I think that there needs to be a third party, but Carrie's right. There doesn't need to be like thousands and thousands of different parties. I don't know. How would you even – it would look like the Democratic debates.
Or the Republican debate, yeah, when
God.
Obama was in office.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't go overboard with it, but having only two choices just
Yeah.
it's tough.
Can we
man.
please bring back the Democratic Republicans? Just so I can say that one line.
You know what? Go ahead. See if you can get that rolling.
No, I'm not going to right now because
They're going to be Southern, though, right?
you'd mute me.
That is true. I would.
I can't say the line from Hamilton.
No, you may not.
Oh, wait. Is Kanye running, or when he said he was going to run, was his party called the birthday party?
Yes. Catch up on your.
I'm sorry.
Isn't
man.
that on TikTok?
I don't get TMZ things. Is your mic not hooked up?
I unhooked it. We're not going for sound quality. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, I'm trying to ease the load on my computer.
Yeah, good call. All right, I need to brew some more coffee. My coffee's not done.
More?
No.
More?
Florida has just been given to Trump. Wait, no, never mind.
See, as soon as you get up, who called it?
NBC. Pennsylvania's still rolling. Texas is worrying me a little bit, man.
Oh, you don't have to worry about Texas.
Worrying you. I thought you were going to be bipartisan.
Okay, hush. Amanda's calling me out over here, guys.
Go, girl.
Michigan is looking very red right now, which is shocking.
Let's see. Michigan's got.
Dave's drinking
Oh,
coffee.
this map is driving me crazy.
Amanda's laughing. I'm drinking coffee. Amanda's drinking Old Smoky Moonshine.
Roll over.
Yeah. So Michigan's red right now. Detroit, the county that houses Detroit right now, is red, but with 3% of the votes reporting. So it's not good.
Michigan.
Yeah, right about here.
Hey,
Nothing.
look, Carrie. Wait, here you go. Carrie, I never promised that it would be fully bipartisan. If you listen to the beginning, I told you that I'm a conservative, and I do get a little excited every now and then. So, your dad asked, what two parties were around during your two guys' favorite playtime? Okay, Democratic Republicans and the Federalists.
Yep.
Come on, Virgil.
And only one had papers.
Was that Virgil asking questions?
No, that wasn't Virgil asking a question.
Technically, it was.
Yeah. Jeffrey Martin, what's the current electoral count? So
Depends on
by
who you're looking at.
NBC says it's 63 to 80 something.
Wow, the New York Times has 122 for Biden, 92 for Trump.
Yeah, Fox has 129 Biden, 94 for Trump.
Yeah.
So it just depends. Carly, Alabama went red by ABC. Alabama went red at 7:00 and 01 seconds.
Alabama went red in Genesis chapter 1.
No.
I know. Dixiecrats. I know.
Yes, Dixiecrats. All right, more coffee. I promise I'm not. Well, I've got to go pick it up.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, that is true. The split came from that one. Go figure. Yeah, could use some Federalists right now.
Woo, hot coffee. Hot
I
coffee.
do wish we had a third choice, and not so. I love libertarians. You got to bless their hearts. You got to love them. But
All right, North Dakota went Trump. Don't you know?
North Dakota.
NBC only has 89 to 72. So I'm wondering what they're doing. That
Do they have New York called for Trump yet?
no, they do not. Wait,
Yeah, that's the main one.
yeah,
Where's Eric?
I need a bigger TV. Eric is asleep in Kentucky. Eric is in Bourbon County right now.
It is funny though. I have to say, watching all of the. I love the New York Times interface, but watching all of the if Ohio goes this way and if Florida does this, and it's like, I mean, you just see the trends and the gap just closes as they report the areas that aren't big cities. It's just fascinating to watch the whole thing come together.
Yeah.
That's what I love about it.
NBC just called South Carolina for Trump.
Okay.
Jeffrey Martin. If Bama went red, then Illinois went blue. Boy,
Amen to that. Yeah.
why is that? Let's. Why is it that some states, Alabama included, will never vote outside of their comfort zone? I mean, let's even. I'm going to complain for a little bit. We've discussed. I'm a big time conservative, but Alabama's governor is horrible. Meemaw Ivy.
You don't like Meemaw? Come on.
I don't like Meemaw.
Wear your mask, y'all.
Well, okay. Well, hold on. I have to rephrase that. I love my Meemaw, but I don't love Meemaw Ivy. I think that Alabama would have done so much better if Walt Maddox had been governor. And because I saw the good he did for Tuscaloosa.
Yeah.
The problem is because he had that D by his name, people wouldn't vote for him.
Yeah.
I do think that Meemaw Ivy had the best plan because she refused to debate him. And so no one knew the stances.
Yeah.
But why? What is your opinion? Why do you think there are those states like Illinois, like Alabama, like Tennessee, like Mississippi that refuse to go outside of their comfort zone?
I don't know if it's groupthink or what, man. But I mean, you look at Vermont. Vermont went blue today, but also reelected a Republican governor. Massachusetts was a blue state with Mitt Romney as a governor for a while, and you see it happen. It's entrenched. I think it really just is super entrenched right now that anything with that D is not good. I mean, you got DeSantis won in Florida, but this one's a close state in the presidential election. It's just something about it in some states, man.
Yeah. Carly asked, did I vote for Bentley? Unfortunately, I did vote for Bentley. If I knew he was as sleazy as he is, I wouldn't have done it.
If only I would have known.
If only I would have known. Yeah. But why do you think Tuberville refused to debate Jones? It's the same thing.
Yeah.
And really, Carrie, you don't see many debates in the Senate realm. I can't remember a Senate debate. Do you?
State Senate.
Do what?
Not state Senate.
Yeah. Well, Tubbs and Jones are not state Senate. That's
right.
That's big thing.
I've seen some local stuff here where they'll get some folks like Marco Rubio, and I've seen some of them do debates on local stations.
Yeah.
But it's usually like, your local cable news channel.
Yeah.
That carries that kind of stuff.
Also, people voted for Ivy because she was promised things to the state employees. See, and let's be honest, Meemaw is an Auburn fan, an Auburn alum. She wears that daggum Auburn mask every time she gets up there.
Did she really?
Oh my God! Have you not seen the pictures?
No.
It's that half white, half blue with the Auburn insignia. Wow, it's bad. I'm going to look over the map here. I hadn't looked up at the map in a while. Yeah, it's still 129.94. No, but Fox now has Texas leaning red.
Yeah, because he's starting to overtake.
Yeah,
he's up by 0.2 percentage points now.
They still have Michigan leaning red and Wisconsin leaning red. If those two go, but their polls are still no, they just closed.
Yeah, Detroit still only has 3% of their votes reported, so that's going to change.
Yeah. Well, this is interesting. All right, we'll try to see if I can figure out how to share my screen here. Share screen.
Do
what?
You can do it.
I can do it. We'll go to Chrome tab. We'll go here and here. All right. So this is interesting. Well, they changed it. Okay. So when I first looked at this, they had Trump winning, but it was blue.
Yeah.
But now they fixed it. They fixed it.
I got to say, I think the thing that surprises me the most right now is Florida being a 3-point differential.
Yeah.
And that's almost double what it was if that's what holds in 2016.
So that is we're probably going to be watching this all night right here in Pennsylvania. Sherry?
Pennsylvania, yeah.
Yeah, Sherry, get your people together. And, I don't care who you voted for, but hopefully people went and voted. So, here you go. This is about Mima Ivy. She has that yellow fella in her purse. The Yellowwood guy. Huh?
The Yellowwood guy?
Oh, he's a huge Auburn supporter. He's an Auburn booster. And so anything Auburn goes towards, he puts the money in the pocket.
Then they got to stick together. That's the creed, right?
Yep. So
what we've learned is we will not be partisan, but we will hate on Auburn during this.
Oh, of course we will.
Okay. New York Times just called Colorado. I don't know has anybody else called Colorado for
NBC called Colorado already.
So who's the one that Fox has that New York Times doesn't for Trump? Because they show 92.
I'm showing 94 for Fox now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, who did they call? I'm trying to look.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, it's new. It's those divided ones up in the Northeast.
Okay. Which if Trump sweeps all of those Nebraska ones, that's something.
Oh, the Nebraska one, Jeff.
Yeah, that's something that I never thought would happen. So, and all these little states have gone blue. Usually, I thought Rhode Island went. Okay, explain this to me.
Sure.
I'm going to share screen again.
All right, do it.
All right. So Rhode Island has a check mark by Biden.
Yeah.
But I don't understand how you can do all these calls so early. Only 32% is reporting.
Yeah.
And Biden's down. So explain that. Why can you call it this early?
Yeah, because if you look at early voting returns and absentee ballots, they can oftentimes look at the party, and they know typically how often that party will flip. And so if they look at Rhode Island and Trump's up by 18,000 votes according to the Times right now. So if he's got a 11 percentage point lead right now, but they know that 30,000 more Democrats voted early and requested an absentee ballot, he's got to overcome that margin first before he can really take a lead in the state.
Right.
And if all of that math plus what they know typically how counties vote, they can figure it out and have a confidence enough to call it.
Okay. Interesting. Oh, let's see. Carrie also says the yellow fella. He loves those privately funded prisons that he's back into, or are those prisons that he's got his hand in, I should say. Sherry says, for the first time ever, there was a line of Amish folks at the polls. Guess whom they voted for? My guess would be they went red.
Or would they go libertarian?
That's good. Would they have gone for Joe Jensen? That's a good question. Sherry, did you speak to said Amish people?
Can you take a poll for me real quick?
And if you did speak to said Amish people, give me some Amish butter.
Wow.
So now Fox has 100.
Really?
So who else have they called? Kansas.
Okay.
Missouri also, yeah. So they're getting pretty aggressive.
Yeah.
Did he say Missouri?
Yeah, Missouri.
I said Missouri.
Did you say Missouri or Missouri?
Missouri.
Missouri? No, it's Missouri.
Missouri.
Yeah.
Misery.
Misery? Yeah, well, they're horrible football. All right, let's see. What are we saying? Kerry said he wished he lived in a battleground state. Kerry, do you? Because I'll be honest, I vacationed in a purple state during the election season, and I wanted to throw something at my resort TV.
Literally every commercial.
Yeah, Amanda said literally every commercial.
Yeah, so on Hulu, it's the same way. Every commercial break was a Biden commercial for the last month.
Yeah.
Every one of them. And I don't mind that it's who it is. It's just I don't want political ads. Show me some. I can't believe it's not butter or.
Yeah. All right. Your dad said go back to Rhode Island. Let me pull that back up for him. All right. There's the Rhode Island. Now I can't see what your dad's saying, so let me know. Why would he want us to go to Rhode Island again? What are you reading or hearing?
If the projections that these others,
some people are pulling back Virginia.
True.
What?
Senator in Virginia, Mark Warner, would lose by like 20 points. So for Republicans who are excited about Virginia or Democrats who may be despairing, this is a reflection of what we've been talking about all along. There are tons and tons and tons of
votes out. They said some people called it and then pulled it just because it's too close, but they said they're not going to.
Okay. Your dad, here you go for Rhode Island. Trump leads in all counties but 18K, and they called it for Harris. Come on, they called it for Biden.
The next president of the United States.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For those in Illinois, Missouri is pronounced misery. Yeah.
I'm trying to look at the map if you look at the map from 2016.
Yeah.
Hillary Clinton won Providence County by 52,000 votes and Washington County by 6. And then Kent was basically a tie by like 600 votes. So, I mean, you look at that, but if you look at the map on the New York Times for all three, it's only a third of the precincts reporting, and Trump only has a 4,000 vote lead in 2 counties that both went to Clinton. So if they look at that and they say the other 68% is going to follow, we believe is going to follow what we expected to follow, that's why they go ahead and make that call.
Okay.
That would, if he flips even tiny little Rhode Island red, I literally think there would be like a earthquake.
Well, Rhode Island, and some of the maps I was looking at, Rhode Island said that they were going red.
Yeah, let's see.
Are you typing on your 1980s computer again?
No. This is on my MacBook.
Oh.
Where did they go?
Oh, look at that. Alabama, about almost 3,300 people voted for Joe Jurgensen in Alabama. Look at there.
Let your voice be heard.
Yep.
All right, hang on. Where did they go?
All right. Where did they go? Which way did they go, Doc? Which way did they go? Yeah, so for those that are just now watching us tonight, this is not our normal Tuesday night live. This is the elections. This is actually history happening in front of us. Figured it'd be fun just to have people come in and just talk and chat and see what's going on with the country. I want to make sure to put this out there. We're conservative, but we want to have an open conversation on both sides. So,
absolutely.
My wife just answered the phone in my podcast studio.
It's all good.
Yeah. Anyway,
people want their input. Yeah, for Rhode Island, the last 5 polls were Biden 7+.
Was Biden what?
7 points or more.
Okay.
Trump. So Rhode Island's not going to flip.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, look, there's Amy Klobuchar on TV. I'll tell you, Amy Klobuchar, I really wanted her to be the Democratic candidate.
Yeah.
But the way she acted in the ACB hearings showed me a side of her that I'm glad I saw before.
Yeah. With the Kavanaugh thing, Cory Booker
Kavanaugh or ACB?
Spartacus moment, and everybody wants to top that now.
Yeah,
So
that's true. Let's see, Jeffrey Martin. I'm kind of surprised Illinois is up 30% counted and Trump gained 6 points on Biden. It's still called for Biden, but it's not much of a runway as it was before. So that's something I want to talk about as we start seeing all these Western states come up. What are we going to see? Is there going to be a Gavin Newsom effect? Are we going to see people getting so frustrated with people like Gavin Newsom that they vote to try to change that?
I mean, you've got some historically blue counties out there that, I know California is not a place that you go in and you really go stump in that much. But, if Trump or Pence or somebody went over there and made the case that day one of the new administration, I'm going to make Newsom do something for you because this is beyond ridiculous. I mean, it may have had an effect, but again, I mean, you got to turn San Francisco, LA, San Diego, Sacramento, and you have so many areas you have to turn that.
Yeah.
County and the Anaheim area is really only one piece of it. Because in San Diego, at least SeaWorld can open partially as a zoo.
Y'all can Disney can open.
The dairy farm is open as a farm right now.
Disney can open as a mall.
Well, that's what they're working on now. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. This has actually become one of the most interesting election cycles of our generation. I mean, last election cycle was a little interesting just because it was a true Cinderella story.
Yeah.
Going into it, we thought Clinton was definitely going to win. And I remember you and I were on the phone, like calling each other back and forth, going, holy crap, this is actually going to happen. This is actually going to happen.
Yeah.
And now it seems like history has repeated itself because early October, I thought, okay, this is going to be blue. Let's accept it.
Well, this is how it went. I mean, you got the initial rush of chalk. You saw Florida flip, and then you saw North Carolina. And one by one, all of these things started to happen, but they weren't called until later.
2 a.m. was when Clinton called, which would be 1 a.m. my time.
Yeah.
So we might be here for a while, folks. Strap in, grab
We
you.
may be asleep, but we'll be here.
Huh?
We may be asleep, but we'll be here.
Strap in, grab you some more coffee. Yes, Amanda.
If it gets past 1 a.m., we'll start doing rotations. I'll sleep for an hour while you talk, and that's what.
No, sir. That's not how this works. We're a two-party show. My Apple Watch is telling me I need to play my Harry Potter game.
Which game is that?
I've
gotten into that Harry Potter Match 3 game.
Oh no, hold up.
Oh, that's the Harry Potter. Oh yeah.
Yeah, Hogwarts Mysteries. It's a prequel to Harry Potter.
So I didn't get a chance to talk about that National Sandwich Day thing, man.
Do what?
I didn't get a chance to comment on the National Sandwich Day post.
What is your sandwich?
I think somebody said the Wawa Turkey Gobbler. I would say the Earl of Sandwich holiday sandwich that they did.
Oh, dude. I had it for the first time in October.
Yeah.
Amazing.
I used to order it without cranberry sauce, and then I learned the error of my ways after about 2 years of eating it that way.
Yep.
So
it is amazing. In fact, I've looked at where the closest Earl of Sandwich is to Huntsville.
Yeah.
And I thought about driving to go get one.
Where is the closest one?
I don't even know now. Jeffrey, you want me to do the triggered thing right now? Because a hot dog is not a sandwich.
All right. We've actually talked that on a show a long, long time ago.
Yeah, we did. Let's see. Nebraska. Oh, they're still saying D.C. is projected Joe Biden. Old news, people. Old news.
So wait, this is where we landed on that. So the definition of a sandwich is an item of food consisting of 2 pieces of bread with meat, cheese, or other filling between them. The reason a hot dog is not a sandwich is because the 2 pieces of bread are connected.
Right.
That's where we landed. It's actually 1 piece of bread.
Exactly. So therefore, Jeffrey,
if you count that little flap as a connection, that little bun flap.
My green screen doesn't like me moving very quickly. So yeah, apparently we've lost Brad because we didn't get our Canadian input like I wanted.
Really?
Yeah, a little sad.
He's got us on like a sleep story.
Do what?
He's got us on like a sleep story. You know, sleep stories on Calm and stuff like that, where it's somebody's soothing voice.
You think I'm a calm and soothing voice?
Sure, why not?
All right, Jeffrey. So this is actually hot dog equal taco?
No, because if you look up definition of taco, it's a Mexican dish consisting of a fried tortilla filled with various. So it's not a tortilla. Sorry.
Oh, wait.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. Half of his comment got cut off. You got to read it like he's in Canada. Sorry, up here in the Great White North, I'm at a self-service at a cabin in the woods. We have 3 national party plus a regional French separatist party, and it's still a mess most of the time. As a farmer, the markets and the U.S. dollar greatly affects my operation. Canada's biggest trading partner is the U.S., so nationally, the relationship is crucial. Trump's economic benefits benefited us hugely, but most Canadians are left-leaning liberals in the name of leading party with Mr. Trudeau, the ... That's all we got. And he said, no sleep story. Jeffrey said, here we go. But then a Ronto wrap is a taco?
That's a good question.
Ronto, okay. So if you've never been to Disney's Galaxy's Edge, they have a Ronto wrap, which is in a flour tortilla or tortilla.
No, it's not a tortilla, though. That's a pita, isn't it?
I don't know.
Man, I wish Wendy was online. She'd know.
Yeah, she would.
I'm going to message her really quick.
Like she knows that cheese dip is a dip.
It is not a dip.
Oh, that's a good question. So, Brad, have you ever been to the Canadian Pavilion in Epcot? I'm sure you have. Is Le Cellier true Canadian food? Like, do y'all just eat a lot of steaks up there? Like, I wouldn't.
Le Cellier is a steakhouse.
Do what?
It says it on the sign. Le Cellier is a steakhouse.
Right. But why would
we eat it out back and say in America? You guys just eat blooming up fried onions at every meal?
But no. Why is that the restaurant they chose to put for Canada?
Good question. Because they needed a steakhouse.
Wouldn't you think that something truly Canadian would be up there as the food of the Canadian Pavilion? Now, don't get me wrong. I love Le Cellier. If I can go when my girls aren't screaming. As I sit here and sip my coffee. Oh, all right. New Jersey projected Biden. Nothing new has happened yet. I think the next poll closes in about 5 minutes.
Yes, Iowa's included in that one.
Yeah, but everything we've seen, Iowa is going Trump, correct?
The last few polls did swing that way. It wasn't that way forever.
Okay. Fox now has Trump at 109.
Wow. Lindsey Graham just beat Harrison in South Carolina, too. I didn't expect that.
I didn't. Well, Lindsey Graham, I think he's one of those implemented himself in. And let's be honest here, guys. All these old white hairs are getting back in their seat. I'm okay with having term limits on Senate.
Me too.
And House. I think that's part of the problem. You know, Trump has said he wants to drain the swamp. Well, he's buddied up with the swamp.
Yep.
And that's part of the problem here. So we'll see. NBC local has now gone to commercial, and they're going to stay gone for the next 5 or 6 minutes. So, Amanda, it's not that cold down here. My old letter jacket is right behind you if you want to put my old letter jacket from high school on. Do what? Go get your 10-foot blanket.
Did she have a Spirit jersey she could put on?
She does have a Spirit jersey.
I got on a sweater. It's still cold.
She says she has on a sweater. It's still cold. Jeffrey Martin, they also have Trump leading the popular vote by about 1.5 million votes.
That's because California hasn't closed yet.
Right. When California closes, it's going to
It's all over.
Yeah. It's all over. We'll see. Oh, Liz Hurley is on TV now.
Who?
Liz Hurley, Huntsville's prima donna.
Oh, it's like Elizabeth Hurley, the actress?
Yes, no. But it's Huntsville's prima donna anchor,
Oh, okay.
thinks that she's better than she is.
Hey, why did you live?
I know I'm live, but I can say
You're not listening. Liz Hurley's not watching this.
what'd you say?
Liz Hurley's not watching this.
Liz Hurley's not watching this. She's in the studio. Jeffrey, hey, I picked my battles for positivity.
That's nice.
Yep. Carrie, you know, her name's Olivia, right? Olivia Hurley. I actually worked with Liz's son at AT&T for a while. But I've heard that her daughter is exactly like that.
Nice.
Carly says Huntsville, nowhere else in Alabama. Yes, agreed. Huntsville is very different than everywhere else in the state of Alabama. So it's shocking. And this is my little rant I'm going to go on. And this is where I will show some partisanism. Huntsville gets its base with NASA and the defense. The fact that anybody living in Huntsville who is big in the economy of Huntsville can vote a party that doesn't fund the defense or NASA like the GOP does blows my mind a little bit. Why would you want somebody that could jeopardize the town you're living in's economy?
Yeah.
So if you wonder why I've always voted Republican 99% of the time for president, that's why. Just because I know.
So that paying our mortgage?
Yeah, because like Amanda said, we like paying our mortgage.
Yeah.
So, Brad Toon, answer my question. Yes, lots of beef here. Alberta, where I live, is huge beef producer. We finished our beef with mostly barley, not corn, like you Yanks. My biased opinion, it tastes better.
Good for you guys. I read a book one time called The Omnivore's Dilemma.
Yeah.
That talks about because we humans can eat everything, we end up eating everything.
Right.
And it's not good for us. One of the points he made in that book was that we finish our beef with corn. If you eat a hamburger from McDonald's, you have potatoes that were fried in some kind of oil, maybe corn oil or canola oil or something like that. The potatoes. You have bread that has corn syrup in it, corn finished beef, soda that has corn syrup in it, and then an apple pie that has corn syrup in both the dough and in the filling.
Yeah.
It's like so much of our diet is based off of corn now.
Yeah. All right. So Carrie's being very literal with me. 99%. So you voted in 100 election and won. Carrie Loney, you are on like Dad Joke Central tonight.
I love it.
All right. So NBC has pulled back their Virginia call.
No way.
Yeah. NBC now just put up too early to call.
Ruh-roh. I'm trying to find the Ronto wrap recipe.
Yeah. They're now saying Maine is too early to call. Oh, look at that. Arizona just closed. Too early to call.
What? No way.
Oh, my gosh. Jeffrey said, so corn is bad? You trying to put my family of farmers out of business?
No, I'm not. Oh, my goodness gracious. Yes, I voted in 100 elections, and only one have ever voted in favor of corn.
Hey, Amanda, what did our farmer feed our beef with?
Grass.
Grain. Okay. We just bought half a cow, and he is she, I guess it was a she, was grain fed. So I guess that's corn.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I love my favorite thing I've ever seen at the store is we eat a lot of popcorn. So maybe Jeffrey, if you guys are the farmers of the variety used for popcorn, we support your family that way, I guess. But on the box of popcorn, it said 100% gluten free. Like, well, yeah, because it's all corn.
Right. So Senate seat in Georgia will be a runoff. Looks like Loeffler and Warnock will be in the runoff for Georgia.
Sounds like something from a sci-fi novel.
It does, doesn't it? So NBC only has it's 89-72 according to NBC.
Yeah, they seem to be very conservative.
Well, I think after 2000,
Oh, yeah. Well, it's like that in 2016. Fox, I think, was the first one to call it for Trump, and then everybody else was like an hour later.
Yeah. Brad, and you use corn and fuel. See, there you go.
But maybe in Canada.
Do what?
We don't use it much down here like we should, though.
Yeah, well. Let's ask Pennsylvania what they think about that. South Carolina's called it for Graham to win the Senate. Yeah, we know, Kerry. We know. Oh, here we go. Vance, don't get me started on things that say gluten-free that in no way should contain gluten.
Thank you.
Yeah. They're just doing that so people who are gluten-free will buy it.
It's like, congratulations.
Right.
Your corn is gluten-free because it's not wheat.
That's like, basically Alabama has gone for Trump. Congratulations. Everybody knows that was going to happen.
Oh, look, Mississippi followed suit.
Yeah. I put my little sticker on. Where's your sticker? Why is your sticker not on your shirt, Adam?
Sticker's on my mask. Didn't you see the selfie I posted?
No. You posted it on our little chain?
No, I posted it on my own page.
On your Instagram or? Oh, I went on Instagram much today. Jeffrey Martin. Well, I've got supper at Long John Silver's tonight. They have a sticker in their window saying that if you have a shellfish or fish allergy, you might have an issue with it. All right, you ready for my joke? That's very shellfish of them. Get it? Selfish, shellfish.
I got it.
Your dad, here you go. Joke, my favorite Uncle Bob has voted Republican for the entire life. This year he'll be voting Democrat for the first time in his life.
Oh, come on, that's funny. Who was that dude who was arrested for that?
This year he'll be voting Democrat for the first time in his life. He was diagnosed with cancer in July of 2019 and died June of this year. We're going to miss him.
Well, good for him.
Yeah, good for him.
Good for his absentee ballot, then.
Do it. Hey, I had to tune out for like 10 minutes. Keep it up. I'll turn this phone around. Okay. Thank you. Sorry. Let's see. Carly said I saw it on Facebook, Adam. Saw what? I don't know. I'm itching here. They need to call something. I need something to happen.
I mean, honestly, the Times right now has Florida at greater than 95% Trump. I honestly think at this point you can call Florida and you don't have to worry about any hanging chads.
But why? There are no hanging chads anymore.
No, I know, but I'm just saying you don't have to worry about that because Florida has one of the most streamlined vote processes now because they were already counting.
Right.
So the precincts that haven't reported are probably in the panhandle or some stragglers here and there. It's not going to swing it. I think you could probably call North Carolina soon too. Maybe even Georgia.
Yeah. Oh my. Hey, we're not going to post this, but I'm going to send you this. Y'all, if y'all want to see some hate, we're not going to talk about this, but I just want to say this. Look up Jamel Hill on Twitter.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
I'm sending it to your text. I mean, how does ESPN still?
She's not with ESPN anymore.
She's not. All right, good. Look at your text.
I think she's on FS1 now, or
no,
she's an American sports journalist who writes for the Atlantic. So
okay, so she's a freelancer. Has your text come through yet? Yeah, that's pathetic.
I mean, she needs to look at the results in Miami-Dade County.
Right. Oh, what happened? Where did it go? Twitter just showed me something here. Jason Miller, Trump campaign senior advisor, says he thinks Trump is going to win Minnesota. Oh, wow. According to Vegas, this just changed 5 minutes ago. Trump is now -6 to win, -600. So he is now the favorite to win.
Seriously?
According to Vegas.
-600? What's that mean?
That means that
explain that to everybody.
Do what?
Explain that to everybody.
All right, so -600 means he's no longer the underdog. He's basically turning into the all hands on deck winner.
Yeah, I don't know how that happens. That big though.
I don't know why.
Here, because you have to put in more money. Here, I'm going -600 to break even in Vegas.
You basically have to put in $16 to keep 10, right?
Right.
No, that doesn't sound right.
All right. Anybody who's like a big betting, I know enough to keep me dangerous. But anybody who's a big betting person, let me know what does that mean, because that's huge. Earlier today, he was the underdog.
Yeah, at 10 p.m., actionnetwork.com made his negative 400, a 74% implied probability to win.
Yeah. Dumb people betting. Well, yeah. Everyone said, everyone here in the chat saying we should probably call Florida. I don't know why Florida hasn't been called. Looking, nothing's changed at Fox. Well, Fox, it was 102. Now it's 109. I'm looking here. NBC is 69% in Arizona. Is that Arizona? Yeah, Arizona. And
Philadelphia, this is interesting. Philadelphia just announced they're not reporting any more mail ballot results tonight. They've only tallied 76,000 out of 350,000, and they're stopping.
Yeah. Here, okay, said it means you'd have to bet $600 to win 100.
Okay.
So it's that big of a deal. So
why would they stop? I don't understand that.
I don't know. I mean, it is 10 o'clock there. Maybe they had to go home.
Yeah, but it's election night, man. Come on.
I know. We're here till
You have one job.
Yeah, man. I've got Amanda over here, dog, and they only have one job. Don't be pansies.
Exactly.
Brad, dumb people betting, yes. Carrie, North Carolina is close. How close are we talking, Carrie? Hey, and by the way, for those that, we don't normally do live, and we can't really do live normally, but if you want to call 650 UAB show, I'm not exactly sure how quickly it shows up, but if you want to say something, 650 UAB show, call the birth line, and we'll play them when they come in. Adam can just put it up to his microphone.
Sure.
So if you want to call, do it. Chat with us. Or you can just be like Amanda and pop up a voice every now and then in the background. All right, I have to go potty again. I'll just call.
Bring back my blanket.
Kanye has 300 votes. I'm surprised he has that many, to be honest with you, Jeffrey. I was just trying to look at North Carolina. It looks like it's about 25,000 the gap now, with about 88% reporting. So yeah, it's close. About 0.4 percentage points is the lead that Trump has right now. It's like most of Charlotte's reported, most of Fayetteville, 83% of Raleigh, and 81% of Greensboro. So the big areas are just about wrapped up too. Interesting.
I just want y'all to see this. When Amanda says she has a big blanket.
Wow. You sure that's not a Snuggie?
I bought one. So look online it's bigblanket.com or something like that. 10 by 10.
Bigblanket.com.
They're about to call Ohio for Trump.
NBC is?
Yep.
Why aren't you watching ABC and supporting Disney, man?
Because I don't like our local ABC affiliate.
Oh, okay.
Brad too. Hey Amanda, you're getting some love. Yeah, some fans in here. Oh yeah, Carrie talking about the blanket. It stretched across the couch and 4 to 5 people were under it.
So does she have the original stretch or the Premier plush?
The lesser price one.
Hey, why?
I'm not gonna tell how much I paid for it
Why did I have the lesser price?
because you don't want to see how much the bigger price one is.
Blankets.com with a Z, bigblankets.com.
Yeah. I think. Hold up, just a second. Is it?
No, it's Big Blanket. I found it. I'm just picking on you because you said the lower priced one. So I'm just. Those are huge blankets.
They are, and they are very comfortable. They're awesome.
Just the box that it comes in is bigger than most blankets.
Yep. It was her birthday present this year. They do make weighted blankets now with those. And I thought about doing it too. But the weighted blanket for a 40-pound weighted blanket, $300.
Wow.
Yeah.
Killer child.
All right, I'm going to turn you down for a second. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Tuberville is being declared winner by PBS. Great. I mean, so here's the deal. I was not a fan of some of the things that what's his name? I forget his name now. Doug Jones stood for. I was really hoping that I did not have to vote for Tuberville or Special. And it just made me mad that it came down to Tubbs versus Jones. But because of my belief system, I couldn't stand by Jones. I had to pull that lever for Tubbs, unfortunately, and that hurt me. It hurt me. Carly is saying that Louisiana is going towards Trump. That's a big deal too. North Carolina's Governor Cooper won. New Mexico looks like they're giving it to Biden.
Yep.
Cold coffee.
Ew. Oh, it must be cold down there.
Do what?
I said it must be cold in that room because you haven't had that coffee for long.
Oh yeah, it's not cold, but it's.
I told you it's cold.
Oh, shut your face. I think we need this. This would be a fun show. Like one night, seriously, we need to give Amanda a third mic and just let her have her little peanut gallery moments where she see what it's like to a day with Dave and Amanda. What did you mute me for? What were you looking at?
Oh, they were talking about Pennsylvania coming in. There's only 28% reported, so there's not really anything to see there yet.
According to Fox, Pennsylvania's now gone red.
Yeah, Trump has a lead by 135,000 votes, but that's only with a quarter reporting on New York Times.
Yeah. Let me ask you this we hadn't talked road and pathways much. If Trump gets Pennsylvania and Ohio and Michigan, but loses Arizona, is there still a path?
I'll go get my map. Hang on one second.
What was that sound?
Do you remember what is it? Bolt? I'll go get my ball. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
I'll go get my map. Let's see.
No, man, he doesn't have a map printed out, but he does have his map that he's made.
So let's say Florida, Texas, Georgia, Republican.
Yeah, Florida, Texas, those three.
North Carolina.
It looks like it's heading that way now. Reporting 90% in. Trump 49.7% of the vote.
And so you're saying who cuts off? Like
Arizona. Say Arizona goes blue.
If Arizona goes blue and Trump gets which states?
Let's say Trump gets Pennsylvania, Texas, Georgia, Florida, North Carolina.
Yeah. So he can lose Arizona if he picks up Michigan.
Okay. Right now, Michigan is only 34% in, 55.5 Trump.
He has to. So if we say, let's throw Iowa in there too.
Okay.
If he gets all the ones we've been talking about, Texas, Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Ohio, and he picks up Iowa, that's 267. So he only needs 3 from somewhere else. So he needs Arizona, Minnesota, Wisconsin, or Michigan. He's got to have one of those.
Okay.
If Arizona flips, he's got to have Minnesota, Wisconsin, or Michigan.
Okay.
But if Arizona goes red, he only needs Pennsylvania.
So are we still looking at chalk, you think? Or are you
for who?
just your map, your thoughts.
Yeah, so far they haven't really called anything. I think Florida, I thought was red just because of the way the trends have gone. Same with Georgia and North Carolina. I mean, they're not chalk by any means to say that we're close to calling those, or that anybody's close to calling those. I think every other state, though, you look at Colorado, New Mexico, New York, Illinois, Virginia, those were all going to be blue. I mean, there wasn't anything anybody could do to flip that.
Yeah. What's Louisiana do normally? Because they're a little bit of a swing state in their own right, aren't they?
Louisiana's, let me look. I don't believe so. Where are?
Because I know New Orleans is pretty liberal.
Yeah, Louisiana's polls were Trafalgar in August was Trump plus 16.
Oh.
In October, Trump plus 18, and a UNO poll, University of New Orleans poll, was Trump plus 23. So I don't think Louisiana was ever in question.
Never mind.
They just said North Carolina's moved into too close to call.
North Carolina's moved into too close to call territory.
Yeah, I still the New York Times has a forecast for Florida, Georgia, and North Carolina, basically saying those are the three that either one that Trump has to get all three. But if Biden wins one, that increases his chances a lot.
Yeah.
They've got Florida and North Carolina at greater than a 95% chance Trump will take it, and Georgia's at 84% right now.
Okay.
So, I mean, there's no spin on that at all.
Yeah. A friend of mine, Brittany Pettis, said, I'm really surprised you didn't make a Bama football I'm nervous about today.
Oh.
Well, that's not my tradition. I'm trying to be bipartisan, and the only way to be bipartisan is and be honest. I mean, the last 2 weeks, I have not said anything pro or anti-Trump or pro-Trump, anti-Biden political. It's just been be nice to each other type stuff.
That's true.
I think that we as a country have become way too divisive. The man in power does not need to be your end all be all. If I voted for Trump, and the great way to look at this, Carrie, I'm gonna put you on blast. I think everybody knows who you voted for. I voted for Trump. Carrie voted for Biden. Carrie's one of my best friends. I think the country needs more people like that.
Yeah.
This divisive cancel culture needs to stop. And it has to end with our generation. Because if our kids see us doing that, it'll continue and get worse.
It's true.
So, soapbox over. Okay, so they have North Carolina up, going county by county. They're amazed at how close it is on NBC.
Yeah.
What do you look like you're studying over there? What are you studying?
I am. So let me share this real quick. So basically, let's follow through it then. So we've got Florida, Texas, Georgia, and North Carolina all being red. Iowa's also red here, right?
Okay.
Assumptions, but let's just say all of that pans out. Arizona turns blue, Nevada goes blue, and all the other ones go the way Washington, Oregon, California, Montana, and Idaho, all that stuff goes the way we think it will. That leaves these 5 states, and it's 234 to 230.
Right.
So I don't think, let's say that Ohio does follow through. That's 248 to 234. You still got to have 22, which means you got to win Pennsylvania and one other.
Yeah.
So let's say that goes Democrat. And let's just, for the sake of it, say Michigan goes red. It's really going to come down to a Pennsylvania, Wisconsin type of scenario,
Yeah.
That Arizona kind of is going to determine what path is the one you have to take. Because if Trump loses those 11, he's got to get 2 over here to make up for him.
Yeah. Which is funny because we said at the beginning of the day that Pennsylvania was going to be the one that really puts a damper on things. Looks like Arizona has become the one that Trump was not really worried about, but now needs to be worried about.
Yeah. Well, and looking at their numbers too, if you look in the counties in Arizona, like Phoenix, the county Phoenix was in, Maricopa was red.
In
2016.
Yeah.
and he's down by 142,000 right now. So that doesn't bode well for him overall.
Yeah, you're right. Carrie here says Trump got the voter turnout he needed this election. It's amazing to see Joe get a better performance than Hillary and still be trending as is.
It's true.
I think that we are, the way that I have seen this election going for a long time, and Adam, you and I have had this conversation offline. There's been a silent majority that hasn't said a thing.
Yeah.
And they've just been sitting here watching. And I think the long lines, sorry, I got to spit my straw. The long lines that you've been seeing at the voter polls, when I saw that, I said, this is good for Trump.
Yeah.
Because really blue was early vote. And all these standing in line doing it the conventional way was Trump.
Yeah.
So Brad Toon, I think he's going back to this. Adam and Amanda doing a show about why Dave is wrong about everything would be worth watching and listening to. I think that would be.
Eric too.
Yeah, you would need Eric too. Eric and Carrie.
That's true.
So.
Yeah. So with Texas now, Biden's got a almost 4-point lead there now.
Where's
open up in Texas?
In Texas.
Yeah. I mean, Trump's got a 4-point lead in Texas now.
Okay.
So it's starting to settle into the expected now that a lot of those other counties outside of your major cities are reporting.
Yeah.
Starting to settle in with what you'd want to see, or not want to. What if you're Trump, you would want to see it?
No. I about got myself in trouble, when I said I won't allow Amanda, I stopped. And now Amanda's saying, please do finish that sentence. I would say if she's going to do a show bashing me, I would not allow her to use my office in my studio.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah. Virgil says you're so spot on. So spot on to what? Oh, probably what I was saying. Brad said that's funny because the media up here said the early vote was a sign of support for Biden. Now, it was.
It was.
Yeah, it was. The early vote, the voting early, the absentee ballots, the going and voting before November 3rd, that was all a Biden thing. They wanted to get it out of the way. I think that the long lines I was seeing this morning, the long lines that a lot of people, I know somebody stood in line for 3.5 hours today to vote in Huntsville. I think that those lines were the Trump supporters.
Yeah.
Not always, but I'd say probably 60-40.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd say probably 60-40 were Trump.
You think about how things have broken lately, too, is that if you're a Democrat, you're more likely to social distance, wear a mask, be more careful, which lends itself to absentee, early voting, get out there without, but then again, you stand in lines when you early voted in a lot of places, Right. So it is interesting that a lot of that did break blue. And that's what a lot of what I was hearing before any results started coming in was that a lot of the stuff is going to show Biden with a lead. And then as the day of stuff piles in, that's where you're going to see Trump make up that ground,
Yeah. NBC is now saying the House is under Democratic control.
Yeah, that was a while back that I saw somebody else say that too.
Yeah. That's normal. That's so unfortunately we're stuck with Nancy Pelosi.
Seats that you have to flip, and I don't think they were even up for grabs. You'd had to flip almost every seat.
Yeah.
It's 4 more years of CRs for me.
Well, no, Amanda, that Nancy Pelosi is up for re-election in 2 years? Or is she up for re-election this year?
No, I don't think she was up this year.
Okay. So if she wasn't up this year, she'll be up next year.
Yeah.
Right now, the Senate is 40-39 in Dem. So that would be a flip. If Trump wins the White House, but the Senate and the House go Dem, we're going to have a stalemate for a long time.
Oh, sure.
And I think that's almost worse for the country.
Yeah.
Than a clean sweep Democrat or clean sweep Republican. So I don't know. Hey, Carrie. I've been nice. I haven't said anything red or blue. Come on. Doug Jones is about to give his concession speech.
Really? That's quick.
I mean, they've already called it for Tubbs. Can I just say we now have to say Senator Tubb?
Yeah, you do.
Senator Ears. Okay, said I didn't say I was turning you off. Okay, so we could do. So you could listen to Empire, watch Return of the Jedi and Unrelated at Birth. Okay, that's talent.
I think it makes sense.
Yeah. Okay. If Tuberville plays War Eagle for his victory,
Oh, there's no way. He couldn't possibly be that dumb.
Hey, got a question. Completely unrelated.
hold up, Amanda's asking me a question.
Your shirts that I made you, would you say they're longer 2Xs or shorter?
Shorter. Amanda was asking me about my the great time to plug www.estateaffairboutique.com. Look for Unrelated at Birth. This we might have to put the Russell Adams shirt on clearance now.
Yeah, that's right.
Or Amanda says, or just take it down.
We have industry.
Oh, Nolan Crane is. So the reporter at the Tommy Tuberville party pulled his mask down on air, and then when he pulled it back up, just put it here over his nose was still showing. Oh, stupid people. Fox is still saying 129, 109. I need some action here, people.
Yeah, I know.
We have hit that lull.
I still can't believe NBC took back Virginia. That's a big deal to roll, and whether or not it pans out for Trump, that ends up. That's a big deal to roll back a state like that. Yeah,
it is. Looking at Fox, 56% counted. Trump is still winning 52.4 to 45.9 in Virginia, but Fox still has it called for Virginia.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah, Alexandria has only got 28% of their votes reported. Richmond's only 10% of votes reported. So,
yeah,
you got to have those areas come in.
Hasn't been added up yet. If, according to the Fox map, goes as is without the Western states, does Trump win? I hadn't looked. I'll let you do that, Adam. You're the.
According to the Fox News map.
Yeah. He still has it called for Biden. Yeah, Fox still has it called for Biden too. They're still saying Ohio, Georgia, and everything.
Yeah, see, the Fox News map is tough. That just shows the lead. That's not who's projected, or anything like that.
Yeah.
So Wisconsin. Yeah, I mean, if Trump wins Texas, Georgia, Florida, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, and Wisconsin, if those leads hold, he gets over 300 that he got, or close to it that he got against Hillary Clinton.
So just then we're at 300. So there's no need to really finish.
No, I mean, if the Wisconsin, Michigan, if he wins both of those, if he holds those leads, and Ohio and Pennsylvania, that's a clear victory. Yeah. Even if Pennsylvania isn't called tonight because they're holding all those mail-in ballots until tomorrow, if Wisconsin and Michigan and Ohio all go for him, that's pretty clear. Yeah,
so there's a question. If, let's say, half of the mail-in ballots don't get counted till tomorrow.
More than Pennsylvania. It's only 75,000 out of 380 or something like that.
Yeah, but something like that. But they still won't say yay or nay. Let's say those 20 electoral votes don't matter.
Not if you can call Michigan and Wisconsin tonight, because that makes up for that 20.
Right. Will we see Biden concede tonight?
No.
You say
I don't think because I mean his campaign already said, and that's not a partisan thing. His campaign already said there is no scenario under which Trump will claim victory tonight. That is their stance going into this.
Even if it's like 310, even if he's got 300 over 300.
No scenario.
See, I think that's an issue. Biden said that. That's an issue to me. And this is non-part. This is not red. Not. If Trump had said that, I'd be upset too.
Sure.
If the American people
like that, but he hasn't come out right and said it though.
If the American people have spoken, then who are you to say, nope, that's not right?
We'll have to see how it would play out in a scenario like that. But
Yeah,
face value at what they've said. I mean,
let's be honest, it probably won't play out like that.
I don't think you can flip both Wisconsin and Michigan in this election.
No. I'm looking at Twitter here. I've seen a lot of my stuff on Twitter. That was Max. My dog has jumped upstairs and now sleeping on our bed.
Nice.
The live betting swings are absolutely wild, insane amount of action. I would like to – somebody needs to actually keep an eye on the live voting on the Vegas sites if y'all want to help us out. Because it sounds like we're seeing a big swing in Vegas for all this. Here's something that's a big deal. According to CNBC Now, NASDAQ futures are surging as much as 4% tonight.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
What?
How did we just elect that man?
What did he do?
Tommy Tuberville. Sorry, you're going to have to mute me. This is a quote. Tommy Tuberville just said something about people not voting, not being on welfare. He said they can all go to hell and get a job for all I concern.
For all I care.
For all I care. Yeah, I'm a little.
Oh, once it's in the bag, it's in the bag, right?
I'm a little miffed about that. This is our fear the thumb, dude.
So at 10-10, Trump's odds peaked at negative 775, minus 775. Biden's was plus 450.
Yeah.
10 minutes later, it's minus 300 for Trump, plus 220 for Biden. I think Arizona probably had a lot to do with that.
It's swinging back to Trump or back to Biden.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because of Arizona, I would think.
Yeah. Jeffrey Martin, Trump was minus 400 a few minutes ago. Kerry said, I really like the analyst that ABC has on the video board tonight. He knows his stuff. I hadn't checked over to him. Brian Key, BK. Hey, you're on Facebook and not on Periscope tonight, BK. You realize it's going to take a while for PA in Minnesota. Probably.
Yep.
Then Jeffrey, he jumped from minus 30% to minus 65% when the polls closed. Yes, BK. We let the state elect an Auburn coach. Better than the alternative. The problem is, and I'll say this, Alabama has not put up a good state senator candidate in a long time.
Yeah.
When Sessions got appointed the attorney general, we put up Doug Jones and Roy Moore. I, in good conscience, could not vote for Roy Moore.
Sure.
And so I voted Doug Jones, and then Doug Jones got up to Washington and became a true Democrat, siding with full term abortion and everything that I personally cannot side with, and so I couldn't vote for Doug Jones. Now we put in it was Bradley Byrne versus Jeff Sessions again versus Tommy Tuberville. I wanted Bradley Byrne,
yeah,
and he lost and the runoff was Sessions and Tubbs. I couldn't vote for Sessions. He's had his turn. So now I guess, unfortunately, I had to vote for ears. I mean, go figure.
Yeah.
Yes, Kerry, I understand. Tommy is a piece of
trash. That's a trash.
Yes, I know. And everyone within their right mind knew it going in. And folks marked that bubble for him anyway. Kerry, I told you day one, I could not side with anything Doug Jones sides with. I can't. I cannot side with any of that. The religious and spiritual argument. Well, that is going to be my argument anytime we have this discussion. I cannot vote for a man that is good with partial birth or full birth abortion. Cannot do it. The man is a buffoon. Half of Washington is a buffoon. Let's be honest. Let's call it what it is.
So he'll fit right in.
Yeah, he'll fit right in. So I'm trying to look at everything, seeing it, what all of our stuff is saying. Ohio, 74%. I don't know why they can't call it yet.
Let's see, in Ohio.
Yep.
Yeah, because you don't have any of the major cities. Cleveland's only done 67% of their votes. Toledo's only 47%. It's not enough reported from the major cities yet.
Yeah. Carrie, we're not going to have this discussion online, but I'm not okay with that. But I'm more not okay with a lot of the stuff that Doug Jones stands for.
Huge news. They just called Utah for Trump.
What? Shocker. Hey, look at that. Eric Terry's here. He's not asleep. Hi, Turbo. Hey, let's talk about what's happening next week with Eric's friend. We are having Conrad Thompson on the show.
Yep.
And it's going to be fun. We're going to try to talk Adam into liking wrestling.
Good luck.
We'll see how it goes. We'll talk later, Carrie. So looking here, nothing big has changed yet, right?
No.
The Chinese yen, YUAN, yen, just collapsed. The Nasdaq futures 100 is skyrocketing. The markets Vegas and China are all pointing to 4 more years with Trump.
Yeah, Trump's off now or negative 250.
Do what?
Vegas is saying minus 250.
Yeah. Carrie, I'm going to take Japanese deathmatch wrestling to get Adam on board. We already know this. It's going to take. And then Eric, no try, going to make him a fan of wrestling.
You got a steep climb ahead of you guys, but you're taking it on. So,
yeah.
Good luck to you.
Yeah. And Carly, you and I have always been a little bit different side of the political spectrum too. But the beauty of all this is we respect each other. We disagree, but we respect each other's opinions. And that's what I like about what we're doing tonight, what we're seeing. Well, no, what we're doing tonight. I can't say what we're seeing across the board. No matter what is said here, we respect each other.
It's true.
NBC just called Missouri for Trump. That was called a long time ago.
Yeah, New York Times just caught up with that too.
Yeah. Looking at Fox News's map, I think it stayed Fox News now has 129 to 115.
129?
Yeah.
Who have they called then?
What?
Who has Fox called? I see 115 on Fox.
Well, Trump is 115. Biden's 129.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Take a minute. This coffee's going through. I got to go pee again. I'll be back.
Good luck with that.
Trying to decide if I want to go up and get some of that Halloween candy.
I wish I had like a commercial break little thing we could play.
That would be funny. I'm actually shocked Amanda's not asleep in this chair over here.
Some of these Midwestern rural towns, they are brain cancer. So we shall see. So one of the things was quickly, I want to go back to the border in Illinois. Okay. Joe Biden gets a projected victory. It's 20 electoral votes in the summer. But I want to go back. This, if I were to show if you're the Biden folks and wondering, why didn't they?
What's going on? Yeah, nothing on North Carolina yet. Right now, 93% reporting. Trump's up by about 54,000, 1 percentage point, about 54,000 votes with 93% reporting. So it's getting close, but nothing official yet.
Yes, they're not going to flip Ohio, but he looks at expanding for the veteran
Yeah, I'm honestly shocked they haven't called Florida yet. To be honest, it's at 3.5 percentage points, about 400,000 votes.
Hey,
I just
Yeah, if I haven't looked at Google, I'll have to take a look at theirs.
I couldn't do a night without bourbon.
So I have an idea. The next in a few minutes, we need to take like a 5-minute break, right? Let me test this out. How about this?
Okay.
Hang on. When we take like a break, we'll just have that map up.
Okay, that's cool. Hey, so we gotta go through here. Brad Toon sounds go to this Canadian Farms. Surprised Dave hasn't started a 4 more years chant tonight. Look, man.
Look, man.
Kerry, no, nothing on North Carolina. It might go red. Fox still has Virginia for Biden.
Yeah.
That's where you're seeing the extras.
Is that Kofefe?
Huh?
Was that the Jeffrey had Kofefe?
Fif-
Oh, Kofefe.
Illinois for Biden. Yeah, we know, Brian. Google has Texas, Miami, Ohio, and Pennsylvania. Red leading. Your dad wants to know what maps we're watching. Ooh,
Hang on.
Can you play movie trailers during the break? Not a bad idea.
To answer my dad's question, what website map am I watching? I have 270 to Win, New York Times, Real Clear Politics, Fox News. What map am I not watching? Right?
Okay. So I have to show you this. The reason I brought 2 bags of candy down here, Adam, you are the reason my wife did this Halloween night. 2 bags of candy, right?
Yeah.
All chocolate in here.
Yes.
All fruit candy in here.
Absolutely. It's the only way. Or else you're going to have fruity taste and chocolate, and it's nasty.
There is okay with fruity taste and chocolate. I like the orange chocolate.
No, not when you've got like an Airhead blue raspberry in with like one of those little Hershey bars and it just kind of intermingles. It's not good.
Yeah.
It's not good at all.
Once again, the best candies out there.
Yes, they are.
Reese's with the pumpkin. And here's a good debate topic for everybody on here. Peanut butter M&Ms or Reese's Pieces?
You kind of have to go. Okay, so you have to go nostalgic with the Reese's Pieces, right? ET and all that.
Right.
But M&M's amount of peanut butter on the inside of their peanut butter M&M's is far superior.
Yep. Not cool, Brad. Not cool.
If it was fizzy fruity chocolate, and it fizzed in your mouth, they would definitely be on board.
No. Also, my aunt gave this to my girls. Full size M&M box. BK, they hadn't talked about Mississippi. Did they forget to vote? Mississippi went red, about as red as Alabama went.
They called it the moment the poll. I think 5 minutes before the polls closed.
Yeah. Also, what are these? Russell Stover dark chocolate with marshmallows inside.
Huh. Yeah, you never had one of those?
No.
Yeah.
Carrie, peanut butter M&Ms far better, but I love Reese's Pieces, but no contest. Peanut butter M&Ms are much better. I agree.
No.
Brian always loved peanut M&Ms. Peanut M&Ms are good. Also, these are great.
That's cool.
Have you never? It's the cookies and cream Hershey bar.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Did you just? No, you're not getting that one. That's mine. Eric, he can't have peanut butter. Aw. What did you say you wanted, Amanda? How is there only one packet of peanut M&Ms in here? No, I'm not going to get... I've been up for my post too much.
Yeah, but I'm just covering this blanket.
Please tell me you hear this whining over here.
I didn't hear anything.
Also, who puts an empty bag of fun-sized candy in the bag?
Kids.
Carrie, you won't be stealing my candy. You'll be stealing my girl's candy.
Ooh.
Uncle Carrie might not be happy. Yeah, there was only one mini bag of peanut M&Ms in there.
Can we have a conversation for a second?
Uh-oh.
Can we?
Yeah.
We live in the year 2020.
Right?
Why are we sitting here waiting on precincts to report?
That's a good question. I wonder that
2020. I get so much flack from people you know, and not directly, but I can't book a fast pass. Fast
People I don't know directly?
available. This is a presidential election that determines the course of our country, and we can't come up with something better than this.
I agree.
Hey, related question.
Oh. Yes.
Why do we still have to vote in our designated polling spot if they have that scanner that scans our license? Why can we not go to any of them in our precinct?
That's a good question as well.
What's that?
Why do we still have to vote in our one designated place when they scan our license? Why can't they just scan our license and say, all right, here you go?
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. Savannah Guthrie just said, Doug Jones has lost to Tommy Tuberville.
Tuberville.
Tuber.
Tuber.
Can we also say how much I have not, how much disrespect I've gained for Savannah Guthrie this election cycle?
Yeah.
You haven't squirreled away the dad tax candy yet, or dad candy tax yet, have you? Brad, that's what I'm doing right now. And the fun thing is, this isn't fun, but so y'all have all heard that Ellie has ADHD and anxiety and everything. Well, we have what we call a consequences jar. So if she has a lot of issues, she has to pull from the consequences jar. She pulled from the consequences jar on Sunday. No sweets for a week.
Ooh, snap.
So here we are. Carly Malden, also good point. Why is Alabama still a paper ballot?
We're paper ballots too.
Are you?
So early voting here in town was touchscreen.
Yeah.
Actual voting was paper ballot.
That's weird. Here, Jeffrey Martin, because in Illinois, they aren't allowed to ask for an ID. They name, address, and they only compare signatures. Now, see that? Okay.
Uh-oh. You know what really grinds my gears?
No, so
Wait for it. Here it comes.
you know what makes me sick? You know what makes me so angry?
Earl Pitts.
Earl Pitts, American. Pitts off. No.
Oh, man.
Why is asking for a driver's license considered racist?
All right, where are those movie trailers?
And voter suppression. Why is asking for a driver's license voter suppression?
Hmm.
You know what makes me sick?
I can't search fast enough.
What, Amanda? What? I just played curling with our candy.
Yes, if you hit back for chocolate, that's the stop.
Okay, 1045. Trump's odds went up to negative 270.
Okay, so they're rising.
They're stabilized.
Yeah. Gary, 10 billion ads for Disney Plus I've seen now. Really hammering that one home tonight, guys. This is the way. Speaking of, can we talk Mandalorian on here since this is just a few people?
I haven't watched it yet.
What? Adam Joseph Russell.
Yes, David?
I have to know your opinion because there's a very, very pivotal point at the end here. I need to know your opinion. It could be one of two people.
Okay. Don't you say the two options. Don't do it.
Okay. By the way, we're going Jefferson's tonight.
Jefferson's coming home. How many fingers was that, Dave? 3 Dave fingers.
Hey, I've had my coffee. I'm about to eat some sugar. We're good.
Come about midnight. So, everybody, let me tell you something about those ID checks again.
I won't be drinking out of this. It'll be straight. Great.
Oh, God.
So here you go, Jeffrey.
No. Oh.
Not everyone has a driver's license, not a photo ID, especially if they make you pay to get a photo ID. So it's discriminatory against the lower class. At least that's what they say on ads. Okay, I get that. But how can you go through life and not have an ID? Not even a driver's license, an ID. You need an ID to go everywhere.
Well, not yet, but
Maybe you will. Mark of the beast, right?
maybe it's good that everybody doesn't have one then.
What?
Maybe it's good that everybody doesn't have one then.
Right. Brad Toon, no spoilers, Dave. Fine. Carrie says he's going to be watching Mando and ordering Dave's iPhone on his couch on Friday morning. Yes, you will. And Amanda's. Eric says you can vote with your free voter registration card. Yep. So make IDs free. I'm okay with that idea, Carrie. If everyone has to have an ID, it's free to get them.
It's free to get them.
Go ahead and do it. All right.
Carrie, we can make IDs free, but the problem is you got to let the politicians change the budget and let go of that money. That's the problem.
Which is also why the state of Alabama can't get good bourbon. You got me on my soapbox now, man. That was your whole point, wasn't it?
No, of course not. You got to spice it up. None of the states are being called, man.
I know. Eric Turbo accidentally got me on a soapbox earlier today. He sent me a random text and then I just went off.
Yeah.
Here you go, Carrie. Carla says IDs are important. Target scans it when you buy meds and alcohol. Agreed.
Should you be buying those two things together?
Huh?
Should you be buying those two things together?
I mean, depends on the meds and alcohol.
I mean, maybe Pepto-Bismol afterwards. I don't know. But
Yeah. Here you go. Carrie, which is why we're here tonight. I think this has just come full circle, guys. We did it. What did we did?
what did we did?
What did we did? Jeffrey, the issue in Illinois is that is that they won't make IDs free. But if you are undocumented, you can still get a driver's license. Let's not. Adam, you need to watch the most relaxing way to watch election results on YouTube. Let's ask this, Brad. Is it family friendly? Because if it's family friendly, we can put it up there for our little 5-minute break here in a couple minutes. Deal? Deal.
All right, here we go. I got to share this.
Okay.
Well, what was that?
I don't know, but Brad Toon says it is family friendly. So you don't have the sound on.
I don't know if there is any sound.
Oh.
But anyway, they're playing with a cat, and then they're coloring in as states get called. They're coloring in like an adult coloring book, a map, and
Wow.
I think we missed something here, dude. Oh, that's what that is. That sound is the cat against the microphone.
So wait, this is actually live.
This is live. Yeah, this is a live stream.
Oh wow. I want to say we've won the best live between the two of these, though, us and them. We
Well,
have
there are 1,100 people watching them, Dave. So
well. Why don't we have more watching us?
we have 11. We only need 1,000 more.
Oh wait, NBC just called Mississippi.
For Biden, right?
No.
Wake up, NBC.
No. Fox just called something for Biden. He's up to 133.
It was shoot, I can't even remember now.
I don't know. Looking at Virginia, I'm still looking at Virginia cross-eyed here.
Yeah, see, Richmond's only got 18% of precincts reporting though.
Yeah.
But Norfolk's 63%, Alexandria. Which county? Oh my gosh, what the heck? Which county are they in?
What?
Their county is tiny. And Alexandria is only 18%. So I think that's what they're banking on, is that those two are going to break heavily for Biden.
Okay.
But this came in on the Times feed on the side. Biden made a big bid for union voters. In Ohio, union voters based off of exit polls went for Trump 56-42.
Wow. Gary, I believe Dave's word Friday night where cats are evil and dogs are nice. No reason to like cats. See, so let's be honest. Friday night, Eric's cat bit and scratched my daughter. So cats are evil.
But why is the question?
She was trying to hold him. She's never been around a cat. And so she tried to pick it up like a dog.
So this is going to have an uproar now. Maybe you shouldn't say this out loud, but Aiden loves cats, and we've talked about, do we add a cat to the household? My main criteria for that are two things. Hey, John. Hey, by the way, John posted something. If you're tired of all the nonstop election coverage, so thanks for the plug, buddy.
Hey, wait a second, John.
Thanks, buddy. But my two conditions are Grisham has to be okay with it, and the cat has to be declawed.
Yeah.
So let the uproar.
I'm okay with that.
But after having an old couch just clawed up to pieces by our old cat, just can't do it again.
Okay, Turbo. Okay.
Ooh. All right, here we go. Here's a straw poll. Dog or cat? Put it in the comments.
Dog.
Dog or cat?
Anyway, Adam, let's put that cat thing as a and let's take about a 5-minute break.
All right.
It's 10 o'clock.
Close. That'll give some 11 o'clock polls time to come back. So
yeah, we'll take about a 5, and we'll go from there.
All right, we will be back, everybody. Put that down in the comments while I'm bringing it up, please, Dave.
Do what?
Put that down in the comments that we're taking a 5-minute break. Right. We will be back.
So let's talk this.
Yeah.
Wait, I got. Why does the cat map to Wyoming? Washington is listed as WY.
Nice. So Fox just
And
called.
let me do what?
Fox just called Florida for Trump.
Okay. Good. Not good, but good. They finally put that to bed.
Good cat.
I'm done with candy for now. What are you eating, sir?
Olive Garden chicken that Blair made the other day. Had kind of a light supper.
Do what?
I had kind of a light supper, so I'm eating Olive Garden chicken.
I thought you said she made you candlelight supper.
No. Had a nice candlelight dinner.
BKS, how long were we on mute? We were on mute for a good 10 minutes, even though we said we'd only be gone for 5.
Oh.
You know.
And we retained everybody because of the nice coloring that person was doing.
Which was not good. I'll show you. Oh my gosh. Alabama just reelected Twinkle Kavanaugh.
Who?
Twinkle Kavanaugh. So I'm pulling something up here.
Okay.
And we're going to watch this for a couple of minutes while you eat.
So glad that you guys are here with me today.
No, we're not going to watch a Peloton app. I didn't do a Peloton ride today.
We are in this.
And they colored Washington red, by the way.
Yeah, I saw that.
There are 100 ways to love a cat. 100 loving ways. Way 1. Keep a tidy house for them. 100 loving ways. There are 100 ways to love a cat. 100 loving ways. Way 2. Be sure to clip their claws. 100 loving ways. There are 100 ways to love a cat.
I'm frozen.
100 loving ways.
Kick me. Kick it from the.
You're good.
Hold up. Okay.
It was working fine.
Yes, but I was frozen.
So we were enjoying the video.
No, we weren't.
I'm loving that video.
Have you ever seen it? I've never made it past way 30.
Yes. Are there actually 100 ways?
Yeah, it goes 100 ways. I've never made it through all 100.
Wow.
So while we were gone, looks like Fox is getting pretty ahead of itself, I think.
Why is that?
So Fox has Biden with 207 right now. But I was doing some math. If the map stays like it is,
Yep.
Texas, Georgia, Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Ohio, I think we're at 270 right there. These 4.
Yes.
So we're in for an interesting couple of hours still.
Yep.
So this is going to be fun.
Probably a couple of days too.
Do what?
And honestly, probably a couple of days too.
Yeah.
Some of that.
I'm actually kind of shocked that Amanda's still not asleep on the chair over here.
I'm ordering shirts.
She's ordering shirts for her State of Fair boutique.
Oh, well, there you go then.
Yep. So, how's everybody doing? Everybody making it? What are your thoughts? I don't know if you saw this, but did you see the text I sent you? DeSantis was pretty upset that Florida hadn't been called yet.
Yeah, I saw that.
So,
Yep.
Paul wants me. What does the fox say? Ring ding 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 ding. You mean I did the math, Dave? Sorry, Jeffrey. Yes.
Wow.
Sorry. While we were on mute, no, actually, we just came back. Jeffrey Martin, current Vegas odds, Trump minus 300. So it's climbing. Trump.
Yeah. I see 330.
Oh, so it's changed in the last.
Well, no, he's probably looking at a different site.
Yeah. Carrie, guys, I've got 7 a.m. conference call. Enjoy hanging out and watching Talking Numbers tonight. Love you both, even though I'm not officially met Adam. Eventually you will.
Yep.
We'll see where the country is in the morning. Night, fellas. Night, Carrie.
Hopefully we'll have one.
Let's I want to say this too, guys. No matter what happens, God's on his throne. I don't care who is elected president. I don't care if the president decides he wants to be Hitler. Well, I do. But no matter what happens, God is on his throne. So if I'll say it like this, if Orange Man gets elected tonight, okay. If Dementia Man gets elected tonight, okay. So, let's have fun. Realize that the way that America does our election is different than anywhere in the country.
Yep.
And it's not perfect, but it is great. So, and my dog is snoring.
I mean, seriously, somebody's got to get on this and make a system that works better than this.
I agree. Jeffrey Martin says he's looking at Action Network odds. They update every 15 minutes. Ryan Key, who's Hitler? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We won't go there. Wait. Okay. My news has gone to the local news, so we're going off of that. Where should I go? No, not Nick Jr.
100 ways to love a cat.
Why is Bubble Guppies on my TV right now?
Did Amanda turn it when you weren't looking?
No. Can't blame Amanda for this one.
So how about Nevada, whose polls closed? Well, I guess they extended a little bit.
Yeah.
But they haven't had anybody report. They've been closed for an hour in some places.
Jeffrey Martin, FYI, I wore my Tron hoodie to vote. I realized.
Whoa!
It's kind of funny.
User.
I purposely wore my American flag gator to go vote.
Your gator American flag?
Yep. Well, you everybody saw it in the picture.
Yeah.
So here you go. 24 minutes ago, Trump is going to win Florida by much more than Obama did in 2008, and yet they still haven't called it. Trump will most likely win Ohio by a larger margin than even last time, and they still haven't called it. I think you said this 16 minutes ago. Detroit, Philly, and Milwaukee are all planning to post vote counts tomorrow.
Yep.
So are they done?
That means you won't know Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania until tomorrow.
Hey, here's a shocker. Biden won Cali.
Hey, and Washington and Oregon.
Wow. NASDAQ 100 futures surged so fast that they triggered a trading halt.
Really?
Holy crap.
Wow.
Let me read this article here. Bloomberg. NASDAQ 100 stock futures rose so fast enough to trigger an exchange velocity halt that paused especially rapid swings at 3.5% as traders assess election results. If gains extend to 7% from a Chicago Mercantile Exchange reference price calculated at the end of the trading day, Tuesday moves will be entirely capped at the hard upside limits. NASDAQ futures are up to 3.9% in complete overnight sessions. Y'all, the economy is coming back. It's a big,
Well, they got to hold it.
yeah. Jeffrey Martin, looking at the popular vote, Trump has nearly 3 million vote lead. Then the West Coast closed and dropped to 1.5 million. I mean, that's understandable, and that's not shocking.
Yeah.
So
the fact that he still has a lead, I think, is
that's impressive.
surprising.
It is. How much of Cali, I wonder, is actually there? Like what?
9%.
9%. See,
Yeah, LA County's not in there yet, and San Diego County's not in there yet at all.
looking at Ohio. Wow, 92% in Ohio. Trump has a 53.2% lead.
Where are you seeing 92% of reported? What site is that? He's got a 400 and well, it just jumped up again. He's got a 430,000 vote lead with only 8% left to count. That's a pretty big margin for Ohio.
That is.
Because he won it by, let's see, he won Ohio by about the same amount.
Did he?
500,000, yeah.
So yeah, the popular vote right now is 49.8% Trump, 48.5% Biden. Whew, my head's swimming now. Too much chocolate. It's like Sunday. If y'all haven't watched our UK candy taste test,
That was a lot of fun.
It was a lot of fun. Although I had to throw away half the candy because I couldn't just look at it on my desk. I moved some of it to Amanda's office.
It's no longer there.
Amanda says it is no longer there.
Yeah, I wonder if we've hit all we're going to hit today. I'm not saying that to get off the live, but it's like Arizona numbers have not changed even one vote in the last probably.
Fox just called Arizona.
What's that?
Fox just called Arizona to Biden.
Oh, we did, yeah. Interesting. Yeah, this is going to come down to this is going to be really super close.
Yep.
Let's see if it plays out. So if Arizona goes to Biden and Nevada go to Biden, and we don't hear from Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, or PA, at the end of the day, if Texas, Georgia, North Carolina, Ohio all go to Trump, it'll be 247 to 233. With only 36, 46, 56 votes in the balance. So whoever wins is going to win by less than 20.
Wow. It's a lot closer than the pundits thought it would be.
Sure.
My computer's freezing up. Is my video okay? Can you still see my video?
I can't see your video, but I can hear you.
Okay. I might have to close out and come back in.
Okay, that's fine. Well, hello, everybody. Oh, late packing for a trip with a 6 a.m. flight. Wow. I'm a late packer too, John. Is that usually what you end up doing? Oh, and Jeffrey, yes, the cat map corrected. Oh, sorry. Where did it go? The cat map did correct Washington. They taped another one over top of it with the WA, and now they're sharpening their pencil and brushing the shavings and showing that. So it's a fascinating video. So, Jeffrey, what website is it that has 270 to 268? Dave is still gone. He must be having some significant technical difficulties. Thanks, Carly. So, yeah, they just we missed the pencil shaving part. I don't think I can back it up because it's a live stream. Actually, maybe I can. Yeah, here you go. Let me share it for you real quick. See, I wasn't lying. Just mesmerizing, isn't it? Uh-oh. Dave's on his iPhone. What is
Yeah,
this? Your iPhone?
I'm having to restart my computer.
Can you flip it? There we go.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Sorry, bad angle, but my computer's having some issues.
It's all good.
So what's happened while I've been gone?
The cat video sharpened their pencil.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, that's fun.
And
So Fox is for sure calling Florida.
And Arizona. Yep.
Yeah. They're still saying Texas is too close to call, though.
Yeah, Texas has been at 85% reporting for a while.
Yeah. So
But he's got,
interesting.
I think Trump has about a 500,000 vote lead there now.
Yeah. Oh, sometimes my computer makes me mad.
Is it booting back up right now?
It still hasn't gone dead yet.
Really?
No. Of course, I haven't restarted my computer in weeks, probably.
Yeah.
I'm bad about that. Whoa. We have to hold my phone. This is weird. Oh, come on. Still thinking. I'm just going to do it the old-fashioned way. Hold for 8 seconds. Restart. So it looks like Fox has it 218 to 148 right now, and the popular vote is now Biden's.
Yeah, the 218, I guess, was the Arizona update.
Yeah. So I don't like the way this my phone is set up. I can't see the chat. This is killing me. I don't like Fox. They're
Yes,
not.
Jeffrey said that there was a website had the election at 270 to 268, and it was if everything breaks as expected. DraftKings, I think.
270, 268. Trump or Biden?
Biden.
Okay. So does that mean that Trump has now gone back to the underdog?
Maybe on that site. I know he's at a minus 295, the last site I saw.
How long ago was that?
About 14 minutes ago.
Okay. Yes, Brad, I just saw Let's All comment about Dave. I can actually go in and look. I just can't do it while I'm on the video screen here. So I'm going in and looking every now and then. Don't you despair. Your parents haven't commented in a while.
You're just chilling, man.
I know, but that's unusual because we usually get some factoids. Let's see if I
We
can,
already got a question.
let's see if I can prop my phone. No. No. No, I didn't like that. Jeffrey, you said Action Network has odds at minus 250, 255. Is that Trump, Biden? So Trump is still the odds-on favorite, or where are you seeing? God, this is making me mad. Like, this is the lull that I hate in the reporting.
Yeah, well, the thing about this frustrating about this year is that lull is because you have 4 states not really reporting.
Yeah. You know, that's a good question. Brad asked me where my selfie stick is. Give me a second. That's good. I hadn't had a good opportunity to pull my gimbal out in a while. Trump is at 70% there.
70% there.
On that site. Whoa, batteries. I hadn't pulled my gimbal out since January, Adam.
Really?
Since we had it at
the convention.
Yeah, the convention. How sad is it that we have to
Convention? What's that? I don't even know what that is anymore.
do what?
A convention? What's that? I don't even know what that is anymore.
Oh, something just happened. Hold up. I can't hear you, Adam. Are you talking?
Just cleared my
I
throat.
can't hear you. Did I put my phone on mute? Can you say something now?
I can say something now, yes.
This is making me mad.
Don't you have an
Talking
iPad?
about-
Wow. So when we talk about the Patreon and the money that goes into the show, this is what we're talking about. Dave needs some help. Oh. What happens in a tie? Eric Terry asked. That's a great question. If there is a tie, the president is decided in the House of Representatives, with each state delegation having one vote. So that sounds like it would probably go to Biden in that case. Dave is setting up his gimbal as we speak. Here, I'll just add him so you can see all the fun he's having.
I'm in, I thought. Whoa.
Wow.
Oh, it's coming on now.
All of that work, and as soon as you get it set up, your computer comes on.
Probably.
I told everybody this is why we need that money from Patreon to get some equipment here.
Whoa.
Oh, what happened? Oh my goodness.
My computer or my phone is going crazy. So the gimbal doesn't like when I set it down.
Okay.
Okay, we're good now. Oh, look, my computer's coming up now.
Fascinating. This was a lot of fun.
Why do you say that, sir?
No, it was just that was a nice little interlude right there.
Hey, at least I didn't say what I was thinking, what I usually say when something goes wrong.
It's true.
I held my tongue. All right. So if y'all want to see what my computer looks like, make a good picture of Harper and Ellie, me holding Harper and Ellie. These gimbals are fun, man.
Oh, yeah. So here's an interesting tidbit. In Trumbull County, Ohio, which Obama won in 2012 and Trump won in 2016, Trump is outperforming his 2016 numbers. So if white blue-collar voters are breaking hard for Trump, what does that mean for Michigan Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, all of that.
If that's the case, then I don't know. So NBC's back, and they have not called Arizona nor Virginia.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
It's interesting.
I mean, Virginia's only reported 64%.
Yeah. So now they're in what if territory. They still aren't calling Georgia. They're what if they have 229, 225 Biden right now.
What do they have? The actual tally is 229, 225?
No, 239. This is their what if.
Oh, okay.
So they've got their what ifs. They've got Ohio red, and they've left still Georgia, Iowa, and Pennsylvania open. They're saying if any of those three go to Biden, of course it's over.
Sure.
They don't know what's going on. Kind of the way we are right now.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's called Arizona except for Fox.
That's weird. And it's weird to me that Fox is going so, well, conservative is not the right word, but conservative. Huh?
They're actually being pretty liberal on assigning states. You'd expect that. I mean, especially for Arizona and Virginia, because those two, Biden has a lead.
Right.
If anybody was going to call those, you'd think the other networks would do it first.
Yeah, and not Fox. In fact, the little bit I was watching Fox, they were almost sad when Trump was gaining ground.
I'm sure Chris Wallace was after that debate.
Well, it wasn't Chris Wallace that was talking. It was the African-American guy that they've got up there talking.
Oh, Juan Williams?
Yeah.
I like Juan Williams. He's pretty good.
Whoa.
I like his analysis.
Whoa. Welcome to Dave.
The bourbon and the sugar are now in the belly.
Honestly, no. This is just, it's 10:38. My girls don't sleep at night anymore. Is Amanda awake over there? Amanda hadn't said anything in a while. So StreamYard is not coming up for me on my computer. I'm trying.
I honestly think, and this is not me being in one camp or another, but I mean, Trump has a 600,000 vote lead in Texas with 86% of votes reported. I honestly think nobody's calling. I think that there's not a call on some of this to keep interest.
You think so?
I mean, there's no way that Biden can overcome a 500,000 vote lead in the last 14% of the state.
Well, it'll be interesting to see.
I mean, Dallas County has 15% of their vote left to count. No, that's the Senate. Hang on.
Yeah.
Where did it go? Where's the map? Let's see. Yeah, Dallas County still has 15% of their vote to count. But
if that's the case, then there's a chance.
That's a big gap, though, because that's 820,000 votes, and they only need 15% left, so that's about 100,000 votes.
Yeah,
they'll have to count there. So you'd almost have to have every single major metropolitan city have every vote left be for Biden to close the gap.
I mean, it could happen. I've seen Stranger Things. It's a good TV show. You're not messing with my joke.
I heard the joke, yeah.
Okay. Your dad just said, according to the AP map, if blue mark states do stay blue, Biden would end up with 231. If all the red mark states stay red, Trump would end with 301. That is with 6 votes in Nevada, not colored. West Coast swinging odds heavily backing Biden.
Yep. Well, I think the Arizona thing is probably the one that's pushing it the most.
Yeah.
Arizona's number actually went up by a percentage. They're reporting more now.
Are they?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Arizona was the one that I thought would go Biden. Always. Let's see. NBC has it 192, 114 Biden right now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Arizona's Real Clear Politics average closed to less than a percentage point.
Really?
They're at the end, yeah.
Hmm.
Trafalgar had them at a 2. So that's why I was kind of bullish on that one being red. But right, I mean, for Biden to be 8.6 points ahead,
Yeah.
it's like, what haven't they counted? Because that's a huge break from any of the polls,
Yeah. For some reason, my computer is not connected to the internet.
We love your computer, Dave.
I'm getting pissed off at it.
Where is Peach County, Georgia?
Peach County?
Yeah.
That's Atlanta area. One of the Atlanta counties, isn't it?
I don't know. I'm looking for it.
Amanda says it's not.
Peach County is Warner Robins.
Okay. So middle of the road.
Right next to Warner Robins, at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, someone said that Peach County, whoever it broke for, has picked all but one winner of the White House since 92. And Trump leads right now.
Really? There's so many of these, they've done this, they've done that since 96 or whatever, that it's blowing my mind. Like I saw something that the winner of if Auburn wins the Auburn LSU game, the Republican wins, Florida's picked the last, 6 presidents. The stock market usually picks a president. Well, the stock market's pointing towards Biden. So all these things are, it's weird.
Yeah.
Oh, you're about to see 2 of me. Oh, Amanda's throwing in the towel.
Good night, Amanda.
Oh, whoa, I can't turn it around. No, wait, yes, I can. Here you go. Whoa, haven't learned to play with my gimbal yet.
Oh, it's like a POV of a ride at Universal. Hello, Dave.
Hello. How are you? Look at there. Okay.
How about now?
That's better.
There we go.
I'm back. Eric says Nevada finally reported something. Good. What did they report?
Casinos are open.
Brad Toon, that's just too much Dave. Can you ever have too much Dave? The correct answer to that is no, Brad. Thank you all for sticking with that technical difficulty issue. We will be here until they announce a president now.
Oh, Fox just called Ohio for Trump.
Did they?
Yep.
Wow. So what does that put it at?
If my Chrome would cooperate.
I gotta go pee again.
Man, you got a problem, dude.
I just pee a lot.
Let's see. So that puts it at 220. That doesn't seem right. 1 second, please. 223 to 166. And Brian, I don't know if if Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania aren't going to report out anything close to be able to call a state, we may have to hit pause. But we'll see.
Wait, what?
Brian Key asked if we were going to be up all night. I said, well, it depends on what Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania do.
Yeah.
If they stop reporting, then no.
Yeah, that's it. It'd be fun to stay up all night and do this. I mean, this is something that I did when I was actually in at broadcast TV. But it would take some time. Hey, have y'all watched the video of me and my family at Disney yet?
Yes, we have.
Well, I'm asking. I know you have.
I'm trying to participate in the conversation.
Okay, but do you need to share? Because when I share, my computer goes crazy. Do you need to share it and maybe let them watch it? It's just a minute.
It's on Facebook?
Yeah, it's on Facebook. It's in our group or my wall. This is JTR Media. And if you know who that is, that's Josh Rippey of the WDW couple. And it's going to be fun. If y'all are ever in Orlando and you need a person to come and follow you around and do some videos and pictures, he's great. Jeffrey Martin asks, when do the lawsuits start?
Have.
Do what?
They probably already have in some places.
I know in Pennsylvania they already have.
I cannot find it a video.
You can't find it's in the if you find the pictures, I put the video in the comments.
You put it in the listener group or on the main page?
The listener group.
Sean Connery. There they are.
Okay.
Ooh.
Huh?
Hang on 1 second.
All right.
Almost there.
John, it was a great video, Dave. Very well done. Thank you. I wish I could take credit for it. I can take credit for the cuteness of the girls, but I can't take credit for how great it was edited and how amazing it was shot because he's a class act. What happened?
I'm sharing the sound. Hang on.
Okay. Wearing your masks. Dave without a hat. That end makes me tear up every time.
I bet. Dude.
So funny story. That was actually Josh's first time to ride Barnstormer.
Really?
Yeah. He said, I've never ridden this. It's just been a kiddie ride. I said, oh, it's Ellie's favorite ride. So, and Harper wanted to ride. She was just tall enough to ride it. She's like, all right, I want to ride. I said, all right, you're not going to like it. So Ellie rode with Josh and Harper rode with me, and Harper cried the entire time. Eric said, it's midnight here in Cocaine Mitch land, so I'm off to sleep. He's in Kentucky.
Oh, nice.
So I did not know this, but during the local ad break, when they did the news, Mitch McConnell is from Sheffield, Alabama, and grew up in Athens, Alabama.
Really?
I did not know that.
I didn't know turtles were native there.
Apparently they are. Apparently.
Mitch McConnell.
Why are they not calling Texas yet? They've called Utah.
Yeah. I mean, come on. They're right there near each other.
Right? Mutual friend of ours on Facebook. Why would they just stop counting votes randomly? Sketchy. You know?
But here's the thing you got to understand. If you're these guys, don't just stop.
Right.
Make a statement and say why.
Right, exactly. And that's the problem.
Somebody posted here, as you see Wisconsin results come in many jurisdictions, the absentee ballots aren't counted and reported until all absentee ballots are counted. But we shouldn't be getting that from people on Twitter. We should be getting that from the government of the state of Wisconsin.
Right, exactly.
Saying that, you know.
That's the more I watch stuff like this, the more I realize it's not an exact science.
Mm-mm.
And you can tell when I'm opening up new browsers on my computer.
Yes, most definitely.
So from here on out, when we do this in 4 years, I will have my iPad and whatever. What's funny is you laugh is we actually did this 4 years ago, just without a podcast.
That's right. It was over text.
Yeah. Text and calling. Like you called me when they announced it for Trump. You're like, dude, what's going on? All right. I don't know what can we expect here now? Like what? So here's my question. They've pretty much already called everything that closed just 53 minutes ago.
Yes.
The West Coast, which has been closed for 3 hours, going on 4 hours, is the issue. Or the East Coast, I mean.
East Coast, yeah.
What's going on here?
And it's only swing states. It's only battleground states, too.
Which they knew was going to be the problem.
And that's my point. I think the first thing that has to happen, I don't want to say I'm sitting there with Trump saying we should know something on election night, but allowing like ballots to come in for a week after election day. And, you know, there comes a point where I get that you want to be flexible with people. You want to help them in every way they can to exercise their right. But also tax day is on April 15th.
Right.
And if it's not done on April 15th, the government comes after you.
Right.
It's like there should be a cutoff that says if it's not postmarked by a certain date, it's not going to get here in time and it's not going to get counted. And adults be responsible.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. And this kind of ambiguity only matters in close races like this.
Right. Exactly.
We're coming down to a handful of states that they themselves are close, but I just Fox just called Texas for Trump.
Yeah, I saw that. That gives Trump
the only ones who want to call any states tonight.
Yeah. So that gives Trump it's 223 to 204.
Yeah.
It's going to come down to the Big Ten.
Yeah, pretty much.
Dadgummit.
The blue
Jeffrey
wall.
Martin, ABC News posted an article that Pennsylvania won't finish counting absentee ballots until Friday at the earliest.
Because they can come in all the way till Friday.
So I think
the 6th.
Yeah. So what needs to happen is Trump needs to win Montana, Nevada, Iowa, Wisconsin, Michigan, North Carolina, and Georgia.
Well, but at the same time, they know how many absentee ballots were requested, and they know how many they've already counted.
Yeah.
So if his lead gets out to 5, 6, 7 percentage points, they can look at the math and say there's no way it could happen. They could still call it.
But they won't.
Count it.
That's the thing. They won't. Because of the Attorney General of Pennsylvania is a piece of work. I don't care if it's Biden. I don't care if it's Trump.
Yeah.
Call it.
Well, we should have a better way. It's what I always say about college football. You got millions and millions of millions of dollars, billions of dollars, and billions and billions and billions of dollars in college football. And it all comes down to a bunch of old dudes on the field going, yeah, the ball was about right here.
Yeah.
About right here, you know? And it's the same way with this. It's like you've got a decision that rests on this. Our nation and the direction rests on this. And it's a bunch of people in a room opening envelopes and shoving paper into a scanner. It's like, there's got to be a different way.
There's got to be. Somebody, one of the guys I'm following on Twitter says, this needs to end soon. I can't drink anymore. I feel you, brother. I feel you.
I feel you, brother.
Jeffrey Martin, if the map falls as it is on Fox, he's at 291. Subtract PA, he's still at 271. At that point, PA is unnecessary. Brad Toon, here you go. The media in Canada's headline story is, what happens if Trump rejects the election? What? See, seriously, come on.
Look, I love everybody on both sides of the aisle, but that's such an old, tired story, man.
Because earlier today, it was what happens if Biden rejects it.
If Trump rejects the election results, and it's clear that whether it's through the House of Representatives, the Supreme Court, or however it falls, if Trump rejects it, we, the people, will remind him that we have a process that needs to be followed. He does not run the show. We do.
Right. He's not Queen Elizabeth.
Him, Republicans and Democrats alike, that it is time to see the door.
Right. I mean, he's one man who can't. I mean, he's okay.
Go ahead.
He's not Hitler.
He's not King George III.
Right. He is. Yeah, it will be a peaceful transition. That is what our country is known for.
Yep.
You know, what comes next?
But the thing that I think is funny about it is you have everybody. They made him pledge it in 2016, right? Will you accept the results? Will you raise your hand right now and swear that you'll accept the election results? But then it's Biden's camp that says, under no scenario will we accept a Trump victory tonight.
Right.
Well, what if it was honestly by 1 million votes? You wouldn't accept it, you know?
Right.
But
so Brad says that we're not the only country with the biased media. So is Canada leaning left media as well? I mean, is that a issue with the media all over the world? I guess is my question. So since we're not the only liberal media, is Canada as liberal as we are? Oh, hey, you got coffee now. Good for you. But you have decaf, so it doesn't help you.
It's delicious, though.
Looking at
Wisconsin's actually, there's some votes coming in on those. Iowa's almost to 80% reporting.
Yeah. Trump is now down to minus 135.
Yeah, it's going to be tight.
Yeah. All right. Republicans will hold the Senate.
Really?
Yep.
Wow. So it says right here, it is taking longer than expected to count the ballots in several places in Wisconsin because officials have found the machines do not count ballots as fast as they'd expected.
Why is it today we're finding that out?
And I'm sure the supervisor of elections in most of those counties just got reelected today on the ballot too, right?
Right.
Jeffrey says, I'm gonna guess that China's media is biased too. Yeah.
And then Brad, yes, our current leading party is liberal. We are way more liberal as a nation. Really? Huh. Shocks me. I don't know why it shocks me, but it shocks me.
Shocking.
Because I know, is it Troubadour? Is that his name? No, it's George
Trudeau.
Trudeau, I know, is very liberal. Troubadour is a George Strait song. Let's see what's NBC saying. They just call it Ohio.
NBC did?
Yep. Gave it to Trump.
Yeah, they're at almost 90% reporting, and he's got a 460,000 vote lead. I mean, that's pretty.
Yeah.
That's pretty big.
That was one that most people said would go to Biden.
Ohio?
Yep.
Yeah, that was the one I was looking at. Shoot, that tab closed.
A Pennsylvania court has agreed to hold a hearing tomorrow on a GOP effort to invalidate mail ballots that intentionally contained errors but were later fixed.
Yeah, you can't do that.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd have to hear the arguments in it, but at face value, I mean, you can't fix a ballot.
Right. CBS reporting Trump is overperforming in Western PA based on 2016 numbers.
Interesting.
Carly. It sounds like she's going to bed. Bedtime, fun. Good night to all. Night, Carly. It's our bedtime too, but we are here for you guys for a little bit longer. Brad, our prime minister, wants to institute a national living wage. And what?
So the who is that? Andrew Yang gang, right?
Well, that Brad Toon is Canada. Remember?
No, I know, but I'm saying it's like what Yang wanted to do here.
Yeah,
that was his platform.
Somebody said, "I'm not going to bed until CNN calls Florida for Trump." Jeffrey Martin, got to remember that Canada does not have a free speech either. Really? That blows my mind. As somebody that's been in broadcasting, it blows my mind that you're not there for free speech isn't an unalienable right.
Is that true, Brad?
Yeah, I'd like to know, Brad. We're waiting, Brad.
Bradley.
So CNN has it 205 to 114. Fox has it 223 to 204.
Because of Florida and Texas, right?
Yeah, that sounds like those two. Good. An amendment to begin the process of removing outdated and racist language from Alabama's Constitution has passed.
Good.
Thank goodness. Kat, your mom. Wait, Brad Tunis, to go to this one. Anything deemed hate speech is illegal. What's hate speech?
Therein lies the road.
Right. And your mom, it's the states with mail-in ballots. If you make a mistake, request another ballot because it will not be counted. Therein lies the issue, sir, ma'am.
Yeah, so Virginia now, Biden's up by about 230,000.
Okay, so Virginia is going back.
Yep.
Okay. But there again, they've been closed for 5 hours now.
Oh, I know. Well, their machines don't work as fast as they thought they. Just like in Wisconsin.
Yeah. So USA Today has also called Ohio for Trump.
Okay. Yeah, the Times hasn't called anything.
Do what?
The Times map hasn't called Georgia, Florida, Texas, North Carolina, or Ohio. Nothing. Like even Arizona.
Wow. One of the guys I follow from radio here in town tweeted, "We've reached the frozen pizza phase of the night."
Yep. Accurate.
Yep. So 3 minutes ago, 54,000 election day votes reporting in Arizona, Trump winning 61% of them. Remember, if there are as many outstanding as people think there are, that's the level he needs to have a shot. So theoretically, Arizona could still go Trump.
Yeah.
Theoretically.
Yeah, Fox calling it though. They've got to see something.
Yeah. Brad, consistently changing definitions. Stand-up comedians have been charged in the past. It's not common, but still scary. Almost socialist. Almost. Hawaii just went to Biden. Shocker.
Yeah.
Guarantee you Alaska will go Trump. Hey, has anyone found out if PR has said that they won't be a state? Because they were doing a state vote tonight.
What was that?
Puerto Rico was doing a state vote tonight.
Or whether or not they would allow themselves to be a state?
Yep. And here's the question. We've got a nice and neat 50-star map. Where would we put our 51st star?
It's a great question.
NBC finally called Virginia.
Yeah, that one's a no-brainer now. I mean, that's...
Yeah. Idaho went to Trump. Georgia is still too early to call, according to NBC. North Carolina, they're still saying it's too close to call.
Yeah, North Carolina's got 95% of the vote in, and it's only an 75,000 vote gap. So,
yeah. Jeffrey says blue star on one of the white stripes, but that's just weird looking. The stars have to go on the blue plane.
I'm sure you can like adjust it somehow where it looks even.
Yeah. Can Alberta join PR in that vote? I mean, you can. Canada had a chance to become a state, but y'all wanted to fight it when George Washington went up north. What?
So Atlanta will not finish its count tonight. Election workers in Fulton County who were counting absentee ballots just went home.
Wow.
I don't understand how that's acceptable. Not for one candidate or the other, but just you have the people there. You knew this was going to be a long night, and you're just go home.
Yeah.
I don't understand it.
I don't either.
If it was 3, 4 in the morning, I get it, but it's only midnight.
Well, only midnight, but so
Stretch out. I mean, it's an expectation.
yeah, NBC has it 205 to 136 right now.
So they've called, what state have they called? Texas?
I think so. Here you go, Jeffrey Martin. Vox has live PR voting. Last update was 2:37 p.m. Eastern. That's not live. Who reported that about ATL?
The New York Times.
There you go. Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan didn't count the early votes until starting today. If the early votes are there, why can't they go ahead and count them?
Yeah, that's why Florida's results have been so quick because they're already counted by the time the polls close.
No matter who wins, guys, our country's.
See, officials at the State Farm Arena in Fulton County, Georgia, have announced the absentee ballot count will be delayed after a pipe burst in the room containing the ballots. Fulton County, whatever. The issue with the pipe was fixed within 2 hours and no ballots or machinery were damaged. You only lost 2 hours. So you make that 2 hours back up on the back end.
Right.
That's what working people do. Is you stay late to finish the job you started.
Yep.
The county still plans on counting all ballots Tuesday night, and evidently they didn't follow through on that.
Wow. Trump's got a huge lead in Pennsylvania, y'all.
Let's see. Yeah, about 550,000.
With 70-something called.
Yeah, but Pittsburgh's only 17% reported. Philadelphia's only 40% reported.
I don't know. Tensions rise at Black Lives Matter Plaza on election night. Y'all,
Where's that?
Tensions rise at BLM Plaza on election night.
Where is BLM Plaza then?
I'm looking. DC.
Okay.
Y'all, no matter what, can we all say that rioting sucks and rioting is not the answer? I understand that the people watching here probably agree with us.
Yeah.
But it's not the way to go. Make your noise, make your voice heard in the polls. And if the polls don't go the way you wanted it to go, too bad.
Yeah. Pick it up again in 4 more years.
The people rioting are those that got participation trophies and were never told that it's okay to lose as long as you keep your head held up high.
So Jeffrey says they're not salaried, not required to stay until the job is done. No, I get it that they're not, but the state should require it. There should be something. I understand how it works, but
yeah. Talking about the rioting, but I need a new washer and dryer. Okay, pay for it.
Go on a game show. Go and let's make a deal.
Y'all are gonna get me on my soapbox. I'm not gonna do it. I ain't not gonna do it. But be prudent. Can we also appreciate Saturday Night Live and Jim Carrey doing Joe Biden?
Yeah, I'm shocked, honestly.
It's awesome. It's perfect. Brad Toon. Hey, I have one of those trophies from T-Ball. Oh. Hey, Ben Harris is up.
Hey, Ben.
It's 6 hours different from here. Why are you up at 3 in the morning?
3?
No, 4 in the morning.
4?
6 hour difference from me.
5 at 5 in the morning.
Is it? Yeah, you're right. I'm tired. Why are you up at 5 a.m. watching us? Rioting does not. What's he trying to say? It should be illegal and they should do prison time. I agree with that. But what was your dad bleeping out there on me?
I don't know. Yes,
I dropped what I was playing with. Poop. Math is hard, Dave. Yes, math is hard. Yes, it is. I've never promised that I was a math person. What are you saying?
They're just talking about counties in Michigan.
Okay. Wisconsin will be final at 5 a.m. according to BK.
Okay, 5 a.m. it is. You got your answer. How long we're going to be here?
Jeffrey Martin, one of the news channels was reporting on the most recent rioting. Guy walked right by cameras, was a washer on a dolly. Man. See, that's the problem. That's the problem. And
What is the problem? That nobody stopped him?
Well, they didn't stop him. It was on national TV. It was on national Chicago TV. This is why our country is the laughing stock sometimes. Ben posted it in the group this afternoon. It's weird to them that they're having to board up stores in New York and DC. Why? This is the first election I've ever seen that.
Yeah.
All right, y'all. I know this is going to look dorky, but my eyes are getting tired. Okay. Tom Brokaw's on NBC News.
Really? Tom Brokaw. NBC News.
Yeah, but he's one of the cool guys in broadcasting. Come on. The Senate right now is 45 Republican, 44 Dem.
Okay.
So, Georgia. Georgia.
Give us some Roy Orbison.
Rico Suave. No, Jeffrey, they're blue blockers. Listen to the podcast. What time does it go out, Adam?
It'll go out at 5. I haven't scheduled it yet, but I've got it edited.
Okay. I'm getting old, so I have to have blue blockers on because my eyes get tired easy. We're in. I didn't think we'd be in for a long haul. And what was it you said today? Not you, but you sent me an article about Kavanaugh. Corvell.
Oh, whatever his name is, the Democratic guy from LSU said that we'd know by 10 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, sure.
In Georgia, New York Times has now swung Georgia as 61% Biden on their forecast.
Are you kidding me?
Trying to see who's reported, like what made that shift.
Your mom says I look like Elvis.
Thank you
very much. Unfortunately, I look like fat Elvis right now. But okay. Fox now has Trump at 21. Who did they call?
They just called Iowa.
Okay, it's getting a little interesting here. Yeah, I'd like to know what New York Times is seeing that no one else is seeing.
Well, the lead right now is only 370,000. I don't think all of Atlanta's come in yet, but I don't think there's that many people in Atlanta that are left to count. But
yeah,
trying to mark on this map I was using everything that's been called. So has Florida been called by everybody pretty much now?
Yeah, I think so.
Arizona for Biden, Texas, Iowa. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 states that haven't been really called: Nevada, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia.
Yeah. So Trump needs Pennsylvania now.
If he gets North Carolina but loses Georgia and loses Nevada, it's 249 to 231. If he picks up Michigan and Wisconsin, yeah, he's still only at 257. So if he loses Georgia, he's got to get Pennsylvania.
Yeah. All right. Jeffrey, are you still watching the voting odds?
He honestly, if he loses Georgia, he actually needs Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin.
Yeah. I don't think he's losing Georgia. I don't see how you can.
Yeah.
And oh wait, they hadn't called Alaska either.
Not yet, no.
So that's 3 points. That
Alaska's polls don't close till like 1 a.m. Eastern.
Yeah, but they usually aren't out there. Let me Google presidential voting odds. So Jeffrey says they haven't updated since 156, 152. Yeah, that was at 11:30 Eastern, so an hour ago.
It's fascinating. So the site, I'm looking at oddshark.com, and at midnight, it got down to negative 135 plus 105. And at 12:10, it jumped to minus 180 plus 135. So it swung back up in Trump's favor.
Huh.
Interesting, man.
It's all interesting. Like it blows my mind. Like, this is seriously what's wrong with the country. Jeffrey said, which site has Georgia going to Biden? It's not going to Biden, but New York Times has a percentage.
Here, I'll share the screen real quick. This is what I'm looking at. Where is it? Right here. So you can see their map here, and then if you click on forecast, they had their 3 states that they've been tracking: Florida, Georgia, and North Carolina.
Wait. So it's the Florida-Georgia line?
Yeah, so you can see right here that they've got 68% chance now for Biden to win Georgia.
I'm sitting here updating Twitter. It's funny that Twitter has become my go-to tonight.
Yeah.
ABC is now giving Minnesota to Joe Biden.
Yeah.
And we knew that was happening.
Yeah.
I hadn't really seen anything on Facebook either. I'll just tell you this, no matter what, if we stop recording, I'm not going to bed until I see anything.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Until they stop talking. Like if NBC or Fox says, all right, we're done for the night, then I'll go to bed.
Well, and it's who blinks first and comes out and says, we're not going to announce anything tonight from like a candidate's camp, you know?
Yeah.
Because it looks like Arizona did shift a little bit to where now in Maricopa County with Phoenix, Biden's only up 140,000. It was more than that earlier.
Yeah. By the way, your Florida amendment.
Yes.
Amendment 2 passed.
The minimum wage?
Yep.
Yep.
This is so weird, y'all. Like 2016, it wasn't over till late, but I think it was called by this point in time.
Yeah, I think it was at this point.
Doug Cotley of ESPN. Who did Kim Palm have for tonight? CBS reports Donald Trump wins Wyoming. I mean, that's not a big deal, but that's 3 points.
Yeah. Trying to find some local stuff.
Yeah. Fox hasn't called. Yeah, they did. They just did Wyoming. 227, 210 still. They're now all saying on NBC that the polls were misleading. Well,
Really?
no crap, Sherlock.
That's what the Trump campaign is saying. Clearly, they're very happy about the results of that. I'm very happy about
The Trump campaign's actually asking Fox News to pull back the Arizona call right now.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Ha! Here's a hot take for you.
All right.
So my buddy Tom Abraham, he was on Sideline Warning that one time,
Sure.
says Tommy Tuberville owes his Senate seat to one Nicholas J. Saban. Think about it.
Why is that?
Who got him fired from Auburn?
Oh, yeah.
Huh. I wonder if they will I don't get why they would ask him to. I mean, Fox does that, but no one else has called it.
I think that's why. The guy said, hang on, let me rewind real quick and see what he said. Oh, shoot. Hulu crashed. Never mind. Yeah, and then Fox just also had a crawler that said Biden's expected to make remarks in a minute.
Oh, Lord.
But he said they see numbers in Arizona that make them think it's going to break their way, and they've asked him to pull the call, is basically what he was saying.
We're in for a long night, gentlemen and ladies. I think it's all gentlemen in here except Kathy right now.
Yeah.
Gentlemen and Kathy. I don't know what is going to happen. Let's hang out until at least Biden says his remarks.
Sure.
And then we'll make a call from there. This is interesting. I mean, I didn't expect it to be this long. I mean, here we are. We're 3.5 hours into this.
Yeah.
And shocking. What's even more shocking is my girls have stayed in their bed all night.
Really?
Yep.
Congratulations.
I might be putting the cart before the horse, but we'll see. North Carolina is still 94% reported. If they closed 5 hours ago, why are we only looking at 94%?
Which state is that?
North Carolina.
Yeah.
That's what she said.
It starts.
Do what?
Nothing. It starts.
No. Did you see?
I did. That's what I'm saying. It starts. The
silliness.
Yeah. I'm trying to see if I can bring something up live so that if Biden does speak, we can share the screen.
I really wish I could have it behind me. Like, I need to figure out how to do that.
Yeah, there's a dude doing a mic check right now.
So, according to NBC, Democrats are worried.
Yet at the same time, they're reporting that one of the deputy campaign managers tweeted, "We're going to win," a few minutes ago. Who knows, man? Who said Democrats were worried?
NBC. Oh.
This historic election with the most powerful team in politics live first thing in the morning. You're watching the Central Florida Tonight update on Eyewitness News. Hi, folks, and good morning or good evening, and thank you for tuning in to our coverage.
Good morning, everybody.
Is over. The day is over, but there's still a lot in play tonight. Let's take a look at the race to 200. electoral votes. Again, there's a lot to take away from this. Lots of red and pink and blue. Joe Biden is leading, but of course, there's all that red on the map. President Trump securing the vote in crucial states. Looks like he is going to win Florida. Again, he won our state in 2016, and he will likely do it again for this race, although it has not officially been called. Now, before today,
What's he saying?
winning nominee for 6 presidential elections in a row. Channel
It's the issue though. It's right. If you're it's the junior straight call it 200,000 votes, and you got to win about 600 to 400, and that's totally possible. But I'm not disagreeing with that, but I think maybe it's a little bit. I'd be careful.
Donald Trump just won Montana.
Confident that
Yeah.
Desk is doing that, but
That's 3. I mean,
Okay, we do have another call, and that is a major call to announce the Fox News decision desk.
Jackson is doing it.
Former Vice President Joe Biden and Trump in the key battleground state of Minnesota. There was some hope in the Trump campaign that they could pull out. Minnesota was very close last time around in 2016, but the decision desk now calling Minnesota for Joe Biden.
Yeah, that was one that Amy Klobuchar has obviously spoken a lot about, very near and dear to her heart, her home state.
after talking to Central Florida, UCF has declared itself the winner of this election.
Nice.
On the path to 270 for Joe Biden, and the president is at 210 at this point, with a lot of states out there still to call. Brett, yeah.
just thinking, here we are 4 years later, and we've been through these 4 years of unbelievable turbulence.
Yeah, NBC is now talking about Arizona and how Trump is asking them to pull it back.
They called it too.
No, they haven't. They still say too early to call.
Yeah.
That's all that's happened so far. So, somebody, people kept saying to me throughout the fall that, this is the most important election in our lifetime. My view kind of was it was the most important presidential election since the last presidential election. And it's kind of turning out.
There's still a chance it could be 269 to 269.
Which gives it to Biden.
Because it goes to the House.
Well, I guess we'd have to look at it because it goes to the House, and then every state gets one vote.
And then it goes to the Supreme Court.
Not after that, no.
That's why they were so worried about ACB.
Well, they were worried about ACB because if they have to argue anything about ballot counts and things being thrown out or kept, that she would side with Trump.
Maybe.
Yeah. I mean, but it gets decided in the House. A majority of states is needed to win. And senators would elect the vice president. Interesting.
So we could theoretically have
Biden Pence.
Yeah. Hmm. Y'all, thank y'all for staying with us tonight. I know we've had a lot of lulls. This is not our normal thing, but what's going on in the country right now is not normal.
Yeah.
This is fun for Adam and I know it's fun for you guys watching. I hope it's fun for you guys watching. You even heard my wife live dogging me a little bit every now and then.
Fun.
So Fox just gave Biden something else, but I don't know what. They've got Biden 237 now.
Minnesota.
Okay. They're fighting. They say they're fighting over the narrative, and that's why Trump wants Arizona pulled off of the call.
Well, someone else said too that they reached out to him and said that there were too many outstanding votes that they felt like to call it at this point. So it's interesting. Chris Wallace just said on Fox that one of the reasons that he thinks they're getting Biden to speak is because they felt like Al Gore made that mistake with W and didn't come out and say, we seem to be in the lead. And so he was always on the defensive throughout the whole process. So he's going to come out, I guess, and make some kind of statement like that.
According to the AP, 73% of the votes in Arizona have been counted. Biden leads 53.7. Trump has 45.
Yep. So that leaves, if there's 75% of the vote counted and there's 2.4 million. That's about 800,000 votes outstanding.
Yeah. A friend of mine who I know is very decent, Trump leaning, but decent, says 4 more years 3 minutes ago.
Really?
I'm going to ask him why he says that.
Yeah.
I wish he would have come on. He was actually a campaign manager for some Senate officials in Virginia a couple of years ago. He now works at the ACLJ up in there in Nashville with a certain lawyer that we all know.
Oh, okay.
Jeffrey knows what I'm talking about, I'm sure. Looking at the popular right now, it's 49.8 to 48.7. Biden.
It's closer than I expected it to be.
Yeah. Holy crap. Oh, it's the district. Never mind.
It's funny. Fox has the guy who runs the decision desk right now, and he's like, I'm sorry, the math does not work. He's not going to win.
Huh.
That's
He said not going to win at all?
They're not going to win Arizona. So that's
Okay.
what they're calling Arizona. But Trump's coming back and saying, looking at the counties and the precincts that haven't reported, they think they're going to get 65% of the vote.
Yeah.
And if they get that, it gives them enough. And he's like, I'm sorry, that's just not going to happen. Just funny to see that back and forth.
Yeah.
But when you're one of the first networks to call it, I mean, you can expect, and you're probably the only one to call it, you're going to catch some.
Well, it's shocking that it's Fox.
Yeah.
Because now, if this is the case, I don't ever want to hear that Fox is in the Republican pocket. I don't ever want to hear it again.
Oh, the numbers aren't changing.
No, not at all. I mean, the popular vote's changing every now and then. How about this, dude? You and I mean, we're having fun. We're talking and hanging out with friends. Could you imagine having to be on air like NBC all night, just sitting here talking about nothing?
No. And making the same points over and over.
Right. According to the AP, 57% of the votes have been counted in Michigan, and Donald Trump leads with 53.9% of the votes. There's the counties as of now.
Yep.
270 to win has it currently at 214, 210 Biden, according to Jeffrey.
Yeah. Yeah, they still haven't called Montana or Minnesota or Arizona.
I still think it's too early to call Arizona. I'm a little shocked that Fox is jumping the gun tonight.
Well, I mean, and you got to feel for the guy. You know, he has to go out there and fight for his team. Any good boss would, right?
Any what?
Any good boss would go out there and fight for their team and be like, "No, we're right." I mean, my numbers, you know. But it's like you know, when we do demand management in the theme parks for holidays, you're sitting there looking at patterns and making your best guess. You know?
Yeah.
It's like a crystal ball.
Yeah. 71% of the votes are in Wisconsin. Trump is up 51.5.
Wisconsin, let's see. Yeah, 51.5 to 46.8. Milwaukee's reported about a third of their votes. Madison has reported 90% of their votes.
And that's a big deal because Madison's very liberal.
Yeah, he's 75 to 23 there in favor of Biden, and they're almost all counted. Eau Claire's about 87%. Biden's got a lead there. Milwaukee needs to be counted more before I think you could say anything about Wisconsin.
Yeah.
But if you assume it's a 60-40 split basically between them, and that's 220,000 votes, and that's a third. So there's another 400,000 votes. So 240 would go to Biden, and 160 would go. So he closes the gap by 80,000.
Yeah.
And it's still Trump in the lead even after all those are counted.
So Jeffrey says, I showed Michigan. Look at Illinois by counties. It looks the same, all red except for one or two areas.
Sure.
That's what bothers me. And by George, this is why the Electoral College is needed.
Yep.
Because we cannot allow Chicago, New York, D.C., L.A. to dictate the country.
Well, and technically, the Electoral College also makes sense because we are a nation of states.
Not a state of nations?
Yes, exactly. I mean, we exist inside of states that have a not loose union, but a very, you know.
Loose.
Yeah. I mean, we're a loose union, and every state has its own say in everything. I mean, that's why it was created that way.
Right.
Because you don't want mob rule.
Yeah. God, you know what? The whole time, this whole thing that's running through my mind tonight is, you know, the whole Jefferson versus Burr. Who are you going to choose, Hamilton?
Yeah. Except this one will be, if it's a tie in the Electoral College, it's up to Pelosi. Yo.
Vegas odds have been updated. Trump is still the favorite.
Yeah, my site that I've been looking at has it at minus 165 plus 125 for Trump.
So yours hasn't changed?
No, it's fluctuated. It went from negative 180 to 150 to 165.
Okay.
So it's just kind of oscillating up and down.
Yeah. So Jeffrey's changed about 15, 20 minutes ago. I need some changes in the numbers. This is killing me. Here's a good point. Regardless of who wins, the country is obviously very evenly split. It's hard to imagine landslides happening again anytime soon. Hopefully everyone stays safe over. This is somebody who lives overseas. Stays safe over there in the States. We can all learn how to better talk to each other. Amen.
Amen.
Yep.
Okay, can we just call Texas now?
Yeah, I think we have to.
Dallas is 90% reported. Houston is 85. San Antonio is 94.
Fox
Austin
has.
is 90, and Trump has a 640,000 vote lead.
Yeah, Fox has called Texas. Right now, Fox is at 237, 210. I mean, their map is better than anybody's.
Yeah.
NBC is 205, 165.
Yeah, the Times is 213, 174.
What the crap, dude? I, for one, am glad I'm not in the actual majority media tonight.
Yeah.
This would be a horrible night in the newsroom.
Yeah.
The 14 minutes. The voters in Brunswick, Georgia, have spoken. The DA who mishandled the Ahmaud Arbery case has been defeated. That's good.
That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Times finally called Florida 3 minutes ago.
Oh my gosh. Let's talk about this.
Okay.
Your dad says AP has it 223 Biden, 174 Trump. Breaking news as of 40 minutes ago. Oregon becomes the first U.S. state to decriminalize possession of all drugs, including cocaine, heroin, and meth for personal use. Not make it legal, but decriminalize. So not incarcerated.
I mean, that's basically legal. I mean, you're not going to get arrested for it, so it's allowed.
You're going to get slapped. Yeah. Here we go. Jeffrey Martin. And this is sad. I have a friend that is honestly worried that his home will be targeted if his neighbors find out they voted for Trump. That's what worries me, especially after comments from politicians, celebrities like Jamel.
Yep.
Yeah. Brad Toon. That should end well. Talking about Oregon.
All right. Sorry for anybody this offends. Fox News has Biden up, so I got to pull him up.
Yep.
But who knew we're going to go into maybe tomorrow morning, maybe even longer. But look, we feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election. We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote, it was going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted. But we're feeling good. We're feeling good about where we are. We believe one of the Nets has suggested we've already won Arizona, but we're confident about Arizona. That's a turnaround.
Is he recording Fox News?
Minnesota,
Yeah.
and we're still in the game in Georgia, although that's not what we expected. And we're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan. And by the way, it's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania. But talking to the folks in Philly, Allegheny County, Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see. Look, you know, we can know the results as early as tomorrow morning. But it may take a little longer, as I've said all along. It's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome. And I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware. Hey, John, the Gov, yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great job. I'm grateful to the poll workers, to our volunteers.
Is she going to sit next to him when he's talking with
everyone who
Putin?
participated in this
Yes,
Democrat.
who we want as our president.
I'm grateful to all my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, Joey, keep the faith. And my grandma, when she was alive, yelled, no, Joey, spread it. Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this. Thank you.
Oh, man. Malarkey.
This is great. Let's walk over here.
I mean, if he wins, he wins. I just, when your wife's having to like remind you, I don't know. That's politics, man.
I have no words. Jeffrey's correct.
Anyway, it is what it is.
I don't know, dude. I don't know where our country's at.
Reported.
Huh?
Nevada's at 2% reported now. They've only been closed for 2 hours and 46 minutes.
Come on, man.
Oh.
So here's the thing.
He's back. Oh, he's just saying thank you.
Yeah. We were told that Trump was going to talk before it was over. But who's the one that came out and talked? So here's what they are getting America mad at the things that we thought Trump would do.
That's what happened in 2016, though.
Huh?
That's what happened in 2016.
Yeah. The Dems are doing everything that they said Trump would do, and everyone's loving it for him. I don't get it. Is America that stupid? Or does the media just think we're that stupid?
I think that they honestly, both sides, just look at optics, and they have to weigh him being the first to say something and almost putting his line in the sand versus any bad optics that might come. The votes have already been cast. Who cares if he irritates anybody or peeves them off? They've already voted. You know?
BK, you said, come on, Dave. What are you come on, Daving at me for? Yeah, so here's the other thing. Trump is also the guy that's brash, always talks first, always shooting your gun first. But now how is history going to look at this? No matter how this outcome happens, Trump's the guy we don't hear anything from. He's sitting back. He's just letting it happen.
But that's the point they were making, is that when Al Gore didn't come out and be the first one to speak in 2000, he was always remembered as just letting George W. Bush control the narrative. So they had Biden come out and speak so that he could control the narrative. Trump's not letting them sit back. Trump's giving them exactly what they wanted to do.
Giving who?
Sit back and let every vote be counted and don't say anything. So.
Yeah. See, Kathy, you say quiet confidence. Trump doesn't have quiet confidence. Never has Trump been quiet.
What's his Twitter look like right now?
Oh, I hadn't even looked.
So
Biden just wanted to speak to his supporters, but no, he didn't, because he wasn't there. He was at his house, and they brought him from his house to that party. That was
I don't personally have a problem with him speaking. The problem I have, to your point, is the double standard of Trump better not try to say anything.
Right.
Well, and I would say it if it was the other way too, that it was a double standard, you know?
Yeah. I'm looking. Let's look at Donald J. Trump. The last thing Donald J. Trump said 26 seconds ago: we are up big, but they are trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed. And I think that's going to be his narrative.
Yeah, but if the state law allows it.
Your dad said he's finally acting like a politician. But that's the problem, Virgil. It's too little too late if that's the case. They just said Trump will speak soon. Okay.
Okay.
But they're but that's being reactive and not proactive.
But that's the trap that they laid, man. Let's be honest. I mean,
right.
Regardless of what side of the line you're on, that's the trap they laid, was you better not say anything. He didn't say anything. Biden's the first one out, and everybody's like, Trump's just laying there and letting it happen.
Right. And that's exactly what Jeffrey just said. It's a lose-lose situation for Trump anyway.
I mean, it always is. That's honestly the situation that he's been placed in. But
yeah.
Or placed himself in some cases.
Yeah, placed himself in. This is I wanted to do this soapbox earlier, but there's 10 people here. Wow, we gained people. But here's something that bugs me. What?
Just the times. Trump's first tweet of the night came as Biden made his remarks, a sign that he was glued to his TV. I mean, of course, they're all watching the results. We are up big, he said, while continuing to cast doubt on the election results. It's like it's the lose-lose situation. It does not matter what he says. It's
right.
how they're going to spin it. We just have to make sure that we don't see. It's the whole thing, man. The real problem at the end of the day with this is in 2016, the mantra was from the Democrats was when they go low, we go high.
Right.
That was what the Obamas left behind as their mantra to give to the Democrat Party, and they have abandoned that.
Yeah.
And Obama and Biden up there talking about his hair, and Trump does the same thing, calling him Sleepy Joe and all that kind of stuff. But Trump wasn't the one that said when they go low, we go high, and they've abandoned that.
Yeah,
and have
Obama
4 years trying to do everything they could to destroy another politician, essentially, And it's just I think that's the main problem I have, not without it being a landslide, but with it being this close. Yes, landslides are probably a thing of the past, but it just shows how razor thin the line is now,
Yeah.
And
you got it right. This is now the new mantra. This is the new mantra. When they go low, we go lower.
I mean, Biden was the one calling Trump supporters outside of his rally chumps and ugly people. Yeah. I mean, Hillary was the one calling people deplorables. Again, Trump's called everybody names, but Trump never claimed that he was going to take the high ground.
Right.
But anyway,
here's the one thing that's bothered me the last 4 years. So when the media, when anybody talked about President Obama, it was always President Obama. President Obama. But now go back and look at any mention about Trump
yeah,
in the media. It's Mr. Trump.
Or just Trump, yeah.
Yeah, or Trump. They don't respect him or the office. I don't care if it's Joe Biden in there. I don't care if it's Obama. I don't care if it's Nancy Pelosi. I don't care if it's somebody in the office that I hate. The office of the president deserves the respect to be called Mr. or Mrs. President. So, yeah. I'm done with that. Brian says they called him president. Yeah, but go back and look at all the reports. It's Mr. Trump.
Or just Trump.
Or Trump. It's not Mr. President or President Trump. But look at everything they talked about with Obama. I was in the media at the time, so I know all these. It was President Obama or Barack Obama. Or President Barack Obama. So, your dad asked if they've called North Carolina. No, they have not. And then Jeffrey, but has Trump attacked groups of people as a whole, or has he only attacked individuals?
Yes to both.
Yeah, he has. Yeah, Jeffrey Martin, not my president. Imagine if someone had said that about Barack Obama in 2008 and 2012.
Yeah.
Whoa, what just happened here? My computer went blank.
Uh-oh.
No, I'm good. I just accidentally locked it. He didn't show respect to the media, though. Not always, but I think the media needs a little kick in the pants a lot of the time. And
let's be honest here. Let's get down to brass tacks on the whole thing. The president we are his boss. Okay. And I disagree. I agree to a point that the office deserves respect in that he's the one who is representing us to foreign nations and that type of stuff. But at the end of the day, we're the boss.
Right.
And at the end of the day, the media has been horrible throughout this.
Yeah.
He hasn't been great. They haven't been great. Nobody has earned respect at all throughout this whole thing. Because again, it was when they go low, we go high. So Trump went low, which everybody knew he was going to do. That's who he is.
Right.
Trump went low eventually, and quite often they went low right along with him. So nobody has earned respect, the media or the president, to be quite honest with you. And I don't know that Biden has either yet. I mean, he was there when the statement that was made was we were all in the South and in red states clinging to our guns and religion. And he didn't say anything against that.
Right.
And he's a Catholic. So I don't think any of these people in this equation have really even earned respect. So, I mean, call people whatever you want to call them, but at the same time, we can't be mad because people are being mean to other people. That's how everybody has been right now. And that's why Americans are so sick of it. You know?
Agreed.
So that says the AP map shows 100% being counted in North Carolina, it looks like. Let me see.
Oh my gosh.
What?
I hate social media.
Why? Well, I mean,
so Trump just tweeted this.
Yeah.
Look what Twitter did. Are you kidding me?
It's a bot, though. It's a bot that's programmed to do that. Yeah, so right now, 94% is what I see on the AP map for North Carolina. Not 100, but.
You're dead. What 2 words made Trump famous? Really? Are we going to do that?
You're fired.
Wait, what did he say to Macaulay Culkin in Home Alone 2?
Right over there, that way, or something like that.
Yeah, that way.
So I think the thing for me with North Carolina is trying to find a county that doesn't have 100% of the precincts reporting. Yeah, the map shows 100% for all of the precincts reporting, but it says only 94% of the vote is in. So I'm not exactly sure if that's true, why they haven't called North Carolina, but.
Yeah. They're still not calling Georgia. It blows my mind. There's so much red on that map.
Well, but they came back and said that someone asked, why did the needle turn blue in Georgia on the forecast? And it said, we got enough vote out of Atlanta to realize it's going to be good for them. And there's a lot of vote left that hasn't been reported yet in Atlanta.
Okay.
I mean, the lead now is about 300,000, give or take. And Atlanta's only 72% reported.
Yeah.
The cab's 31%. That's a pretty big margin to make up. But when some of those are like 70-20 or 80-20, 70-30 for Biden, you know.
Yeah. Oh, hey, Nick Hoke. Hey, Nick. Hey, love that you're here, man.
What's up, Nick?
Nick says North Carolina still has absentee ballots outstanding. Cool. If that's the case, let them count them. I love that.
Sure.
By the way, for those who don't know, Nick is a good friend of mine, and also one of those like Carrie, who we like to have spirited debates, but at the end of the day, we respect each other. Yes, Nick, you annoy the hell out of me a lot of times when we debate. Adam knows this. But at the end of the day, we respect each other because of our opinions. And we respect each other because we know that we're learned. So, and Nick says, Georgia hasn't been called because of 800,000 ballots. Cool.
Yep. Yeah, most of Fulton, all of that, yeah.
Let all the votes be counted. But let that transparency be found, because right now I'm listening to NBC. He's got Fox in the background, AP. None of those have been showed on the news. So, hey, Nick, what are you laughing at, dude? I'm actually giving you a compliment. Are you laughing at my glasses? That's probably what you're doing, is laughing at my glasses. I don't know. I'm tired. We've been doing this for almost 4 hours. Oh, y'all want to hear a funny story? So we recorded our podcast this afternoon. We did a quick little 20-minute, 30-minute episode about what we've talked about in the what we've gained in the quarantine, things we've bought, things that we've gone from there. But about 30 minutes into the episode, I looked at Adam and said, Adam, you hit the record button, right? To which he said, no, you touched the button. I said, no. We went 30 minutes without pushing the button. Nick says, nah, I'm laughing because I agree. You're a good man, Nick. You're a good man, Nick Hoke. He says, that's from the NYT Needle site, by the way. I'm still skeptical it can be overcome, but it's still going to be razor thin, it feels like. I agree. Nick, I actually...
It went from 66% Biden in the last 15 minutes to 56% Biden. So it's edging towards that middle.
Yeah.
For sure.
Nick, I'd like to hear your opinion. I'd love for you to call the show, do whatever. Maybe have you on one time just to talk about a different perspective. Because Adam and I come from the same cloth, same background pretty much. It would be cool to have a different perspective on here and talk, what you see in the country instead of what Adam and I see. So I don't know. Why is Nigel? It looks like Nigel McGuinness is on NBC right now. It's not, but
Who?
Nigel McGuinness is a wrestling guy from UK, but NBC has a guy that looks like Nigel McGuinness on. All my wrestling fans aren't on anymore.
All right, I'm gonna take a minute and schedule our show.
Okay. Do your thing. How long did that show end up being? Like 20 minutes?
About 20, yeah.
Yeah. Sitting here looking at Twitter, nothing new on Twitter. Like, we've reached the point of the night where it's a lull.
Yeah, really the only thing left is for Trump to say something.
Yeah. Nick says, for sure I'd be game. Have a feeling we're in for a wild, wild week as votes continue to be counted. Nick, I don't want to put you on the spot, but do you think we're in for a 2000 hanging Chad type week? Or do you think we'll know by Thursday? I think that, here you go, President Trump's statement expect. So they're just saying statement. They're not saying he's going to speak.
Yeah.
Refreshing my map here. 237 to 213 on Fox. Outstanding states are Nevada, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. It's the Big Ten, y'all. The Big Ten is the problem.
Yep.
Always has been, always will be. BK, you know who'll be on TV. Come on, Dave. Oh, this should be over by now. I blame COVID.
That's exactly what you should blame, yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right, here we go, Nick. Yep, I absolutely think that's what we're in for, 2000. I think the data is leaning towards Biden winning Michigan and Wisconsin and in E2, which is Nebraska too, that one thing. But I think Trump camp will challenge something, lots of lawsuits to come, pretty much the nightmare scenario.
Yeah.
I challenge that a little bit, Nick, because I think the nightmare scenario is going to the House and Senate and Supreme Court. If it can be handled without going to the House and Supreme Court and Senate, I think we're okay. We'll see. I want to see who wins the popular. If the popular goes to Biden, then I'm going to be behind Biden with all this. Trump back down. You know, if I see the popular go to Biden more than it was in 2016, I'll tell, like we said earlier in the show, Trump back down.
Kindness is what's
you lost. What was that? Oh, were you listening to the show?
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll see what happens. I'm watching Wyoming, Senate 1. Here you go. Agreed. If it ends 269, that is the absolute nightmare scenario. But litigating the election is not good either. Amen. You're right. Don't talk to Al Gore about that. Well, Al Gore's an idiot. I think we can all agree with that. If Al Gore had been in office when 9/11 happened, we would not be in a good place as a country right now.
Well, I'll be honest, that's one of the main reservations I have just about Biden in general. Maybe Nick or somebody else can help me feel better about it. I just can't. I mean, yeah, he's great glad handing the crowd and pressing flesh and doing all that stuff. But when it's him and Biden talking, or him and Putin talking about something very serious, and his wife's not there to whisper something in his ear, or there's no teleprompter to go off of, I don't know, man. I mean, this is why this election is so tough, because you have Trump, who's a loose cannon, and he's going to shoot off his mouth and say something. And on the other side, you got Biden, who, when he's in that moment, is he going to be able to get the point across on behalf of all Americans of the best thing that we need? I don't know if I trust either of them in that scenario. That's what makes this so hard, and that's why this is coming down literally to a state. To 10 or less electoral votes. It's the lesser of two evils for a lot of people, you know.
So the nightmare scenario has happened. Alaska has been called before Georgia or North Carolina or Pennsylvania. Alaska. I can see Russia from my backyard has been called before Georgia. And yes, I just made a Sarah Palin reference in 2020.
I can see Russia from my house. So I Googled your big blanket thing, and now that's the only ad that's popping up anyway.
Dude, trust me, it's awesome. Jeffrey Martin, do you honestly expect Biden to stick it out for 4 years? No. I expect, and I know this is conspiracy theory, I don't like bringing this up on the show. Nick's going to make fun of me for this. But I truly expect, I think it's the 25th Amendment, to be called close to immediately after Biden gets in office. They're going to run a mental scan on him, do something, they're going to find dementia.
I hope not.
I hope not either. I hope I'm wrong. I hope I am wrong. But it is interesting, we'll just put it that way, that he won't be like he's not being tested right now. They've come out and said he's not being mentally tested.
Well, I think the thing too is tested in multiple ways. Tested in both of the, tested in like a test, but tested with questions and like being pressed on stuff. And I mean, when that town hall ended up being, the ABC one was all former staffers and former speechwriters and known Democrat voter. It's like, he should be put through the paces, man.
Right.
And I get it. It's tough in a pandemic, and he doesn't want to have huge rallies and do all of that stuff. I don't know that I saw enough of that, but put Nick's thing up there.
Yeah, I'm about to. You guys know my opinion on Trump. Me and Adam do, at least, but he is a know-nothing nationalist, and I'm okay with being a nationalist. Let's not mince the words here. I'd rather have a nationalist, somebody who looks out. The definition of nationalist is he looks out for his country. There you go. But Nick goes on to say, even if I concede that Biden is mentally diminished, I am quite confident his cabinet will be exceedingly qualified, unlike Trump's. And should Biden win, he will announce within the first year he is one and done president, and Harris will be the heir apparent. And that's another thing that bothers me is Harris.
I think one and done is the likely scenario, but the thing that the problem I have is this is the trap we get stuck in America is
NBC just called Texas, by the way.
What's that?
NBC just called Texas.
Okay. So the thing that gets me is you've got Trump, who basically surrounded himself with his family and their spouses. Right. But on the flip side of it, you have Biden, who look at who all is competing to be in his cabinet: Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders,
Andrew Yang,
all of the other also rans. And it's like it's just the same people in a different format. We didn't elect him president. Now they're going to get chosen when they weren't elected by the people to have input directly to the guy that was. It's the same. It's like sometimes corporations can get caught on an executive carousel, right? Yep. And it's just the same people just getting moved around to different places, and your problems just continue. I just wish there was that third party idea we had a while back. The topic, not idea, but the topic we had earlier in the show was just. I wish there was a third party that was like, you're not going to know any of these people.
Yeah.
But let me tell you what their qualifications are, and I want you to ask me hard questions.
Great.
So.
Yep. All right, we're catching up here. Nick says a good debate about nationalism can be had. That's a good discussion point, but it's a lengthy one. Nick, I'm going to challenge you. This is what we're going to have you on the show about. We want to make it fun. We want to make it no pointing fingers. Let's talk about nationalism on Unrelated at Birth in a couple of weeks. I'll have my people call your people. Your dad, good point. Okay, you guys said we weren't going to cast stones. Thank you, Virgil. Pull us back. BK, Trump only looks out for himself. Trump is all about legacy. So was JFK.
So was Hamilton.
So, right. And look out for legacy, but then look out for the country. I think Trump looks out for the country more than people want to admit. There you go. Nick then said, I would really doubt about Sanders ends up in the Biden cabinet. Maybe I'm wrong there, just don't see it. He then comes back and says, even if Biden wanted him, which I doubt he does, I doubt Sanders would be interested. Then he agrees. Nick says, sounds good to me. That'd be a great conversation. Awesome. I will have my people call your people. I'll call you. I am my people. You are your people.
Yeah. At the same time, though, the point about Bernie real quick is that one person close to the Vermont senator said he personally does have an interest in labor secretary and how to land that role. So, I mean, it's been reported that he's interested, not from him per se. Absolutely right. Not from him.
Right.
But it's out there. And that really is the thing. It's with, Fulton County sending its people home, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin saying we will not count votes past a certain time. That type of thing about Bernie Sanders, it's a person close to the campaign or a person next to the thing. It's like, I just want to hear from the person. I want to hear from the supervisor of elections of Fulton County what the heck is going on a major news network. I want to hear from a candidate what their stance is. Don't send me to your website,
Yeah.
I hear from the people,
Here we go. Okay, Dave, post this where everyone can read it. The Dems supported riot and looting. Dems wanted to defund the police. Biden wants psychologists to ride with every policeman. What? I'm not going to say what idiot, Virgil. That's casting stones.
You just did.
Well, no, I was reading, but I'm okay with psychologists riding with police because here in Huntsville or here in Madison County, we've got chaplains riding with policemen
on every call.
A lot of them. I've got a friend of mine who's a chaplain that rides with them. There are some things that can be de-escalated.
Yeah. But here's really the problem at the end of the day with policing. I mean, again, let's get down to brass tacks, not casting stones or anything. Let's get down to it. The problem with policing and the problem with having a psychologist ride along is that psychologist is not in the moment. As soon as someone pulls what looks like a gun, that psychologist is not going to say, okay, time out. Now let's talk about this. What should we do here, people? That kind of thing. What has to happen, and we talked this, and I didn't put my point very well before. Maybe I'll say it better now. But what happens is the type of style of policing we have in place now sends officers into any area that they patrol, always on the lookout for trouble. They're not building relationships in the areas where they're not respected. They're not spending most of their time looking for trouble where it is most likely to be. They're expecting something to always escalate everywhere. And I can't remember the city that started this. It's somewhere in the Midwest. I don't know if it's St. Louis, but it has a name of that style of policing. And you end up with a story like this one, I can't remember what state it was in, but it's a lady that was driving down this road. And it was a very low crime area. And the policeman pulled her over because she was driving and had not signaled or something like that. And it was an African-American female, pulled her over. And she didn't understand quite why she was pulled over. And instead of explaining it to him, it automatically jumped to, why are you being so defensive? Why are you evading my questions? Why aren't you just telling me what you're doing here? Pulled her out of the car, and then she's in jail. Her whole career was shot at that point. Because this police officer in a low crime area pulled over a college graduated, educated person who was on the first day of her job, driving to the first day of her job, but was expecting escalation.
Yeah.
We have to defuse that. We have to change the method. And it starts with a psychology, but there's no timeout in the moment. When a psychologist have walked over and it's like those, what is it, Geico commercials? And one of my favorite commercials right now is the guy who is like, you always turn into your parents. And he's a coach about how not to be like your parents.
Right.
Who else reads books about submarines, Bill? Oh, look at all these pillows. You have nowhere to sit. Let's move these up. It's not going to be like, okay, so your knee is on his neck. Maybe you should stand up and move over. I mean, that's not going to happen. That's not realistic in the moment.
Right.
It has to be trained up front, and it has to be trained from early points. And we do have to change things.
I think that the police issue, there needs to be better policing the police. I have some very dear friends who are in the police department here in Huntsville. I think that we need to have more people to really there needs to be more of a way to say, all right, you might not be psychologically ready to be a cop right now. Right now, it's you want to make $40,000. Cool. Can you run a mile in under 10 minutes? Can you carry a body for 30 yards? All right, you're a cop. There needs to be a lot more brought into that.
But you also have to think about 5 years down the road when that cop's been spit at, had things thrown at him, shot at, yelled at, denounced on Twitter, told he should be defunded. And all of that wears you down to the point where you're just waiting for somebody to do something that you can cuff them for. And I'm not saying all cops are like that. I'm not deriding police at all. But I'm just saying that there's an aspect to it. And we learned it about the military, right? When suicide rates went up and, we're in Afghanistan, people come home with PTSD. And we have to look at it through that lens of how can we make sure we keep these people not just physically fit and equipment-wise fit,
mentally fit
as well, and trained to de-escalate situations rather than you've done something that I don't like. I mean, how many videos have you seen? Hand me your ID. And the person says, I just really want to understand why it is that you need to see get out of the car.
Right.
Instantly. The police officer in those videos is usually the one to escalate it. I'm not saying it's always like that, but there has to be a middle ground between defund and have someone put some, to my dad's point, not only just a policeman's in harm's way, but now a civilian is too. There has to be a middle ground between that and what we have today.
Yeah.
And I just want to see people willing to find that middle ground.
I do too. And that's the problem. That's the problem. And I said this 3 hours ago now, but I said this 3 hours ago. Cancel culture is the problem. Our generation needs to stop it because our kids will see, oh, well, my parents said that we can cancel this person, or my parents said that we don't have to do this, so it's okay. And Gen X or Gen Z will become even worse than cancel culture.
Yeah.
So we need to, as Gen X, or I hate to say we're millennials, but Adam, you and I are millennials. Unfortunately, we're Zennials.
Yeah.
Zennials and millennials need to come together and realize that there is still middle ground, no matter how far apart you are in ideological stuff.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, right is right and wrong is wrong.
Yeah.
Shooting pellets, rubber pellets, into a peaceful protest is wrong. But on the same side, staying an hour after having a lawful, hey, everybody leave, is also wrong.
Yeah.
So there needs to be a middle ground.
Well,
I don't know how we come to that.
Really too, part of it is that it's like we said earlier in our text messages, it's like who listens to albums anymore, right? Everything's about just a one-click download, 99-cent song on iTunes, or now you pay $9 a month and you get to listen to just singles. And so it's more important to cut a popular single than it is to make a career out of music with albums, right?
Right.
It's the same kind of thing with this. This cancel culture comes from the fact that one tweet, one Facebook post, we've created an entire culture that just scrolls through that all the time. And so one thing now defines who you are as a person to me, because I see just a bunch of one things that you've posted. Right. One. Oops, this is the bad one. You're out. And social media has done that to us.
Yep.
Yep. Anyway, go ahead. Catch up on the comments.
I am. Going back, here we go, to the Sanders stuff. Jeffrey Martin, didn't Sanders just have a pseudo roundtable with the squad, AOC and all them, about how they want to influence policy if Biden is elected? I know that talk is just talk, but it's still kind of scary having radical socialists influence the presidency. Agreed. BK, counseling for police officers.
Yeah, they should.
Hands down. I don't know why that's not a thing yet. You already said your thing about your dad. Jeffrey Martin. So we are told that not all Muslims are terrorists, not all undocumented aliens are criminals, etc. But then we all hear cops are all evil, all Republicans are racist, etc. It gets very tiring. I agree that there has to be reform, but you need to weed out the bad actors rather than blaming the whole.
And that's kind of my point is, it's not only are you mentally fit to be a police officer up front, right? Not just run a mile and all of that,
right?
But an annual check-in of how are you doing? You know, there's counseling if you want it or anything, but there ought to be just a year-end review and just a check-in.
I don't think there's counseling if you want it. I think there's counseling mandatory every year.
Or some kind of, it doesn't have to be you lay down on the couch and tell me about a little pony you didn't get when you were a kid type stuff, but I mean, it's an annual check-in. I have one with my boss, year-end review. And there probably are things like that we don't see because we're not inside of it. But weeding out the bad actors is the trick. That is absolutely the trick. And that's what I'm saying is that if the policy and procedures themselves create bad actors, adjust the policy. And if there are going to be bad actors, regardless of what your policy is, how do you catch them? Those are the two ways you have to approach the problem.
Agreed. And then BK just said no call for Arizona tonight.
Yeah, well, I mean, his lead is shrunk, so who knows?
Yep. According to Fox, there is a call. Let's see, 77%, 52.5 Biden, 46.2 Trump. Nevada is leaning 49%, leaning dim. And then Wisconsin, Minnesota, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, all leaning Republican. If we go according to NBC has Trump leading 213-208. Or no, that hurts my eyes. 212-209.
That's interesting. So what have they not called? Because they must not have called Arizona.
They haven't called Arizona. They haven't called Georgia. They haven't called Nevada. Yeah, Arizona's the big one they haven't called. Haven't called Arizona. Haven't called Alaska. Haven't called Hawaii.
They're still talking the Arizona call on Fox News too.
Are they? Which makes me think they're going to walk it back.
Oh, that's funny.
How is this going to turn out? And I want, if Nick is still watching, I want Nick's opinion on this. How is this going to turn out? Because Nick went in broadcasting school with me. How is this going to turn out that Fox has been the most liberal with their calls? And leading up to tonight, Fox was the most pro-Trump network. It's going to be interesting going forward. I understand that Fox with their programming is conservative, but it sounds like with their political talk, they've been liberal tonight. ABC just went 212-209 Trump. So ABC is on the same wavelength as NBC right now.
Yeah, I think everybody's centered around 212 for Trump right now. It's just whether or not Arizona and a couple of those Nebraska ones and those one-offs have been called.
Yeah. Your dad says, I do not watch Fox, only Fox Business during the day. Yeah.
Yeah. Like I told you earlier, I really only ever have it on Fox because of Karl Rove. I think some of his county breakdowns are usually pretty good.
I like watching Tucker Carlson just because it's funny. And let's be honest, Tammy Loren or whatever her name is, she's easy on the eyes. Or Tony.
Wearing blue blockers, right?
What?
Especially with your blue blockers?
Oh, of course. Don't joke on the blue blockers. I mean, I have to wear them every now and then. My eyes are hurting.
Mine are too now.
Blue blockers work, man.
Oh.
Can we be real for a second about
for just a millisecond?
How awesome this picture really is.
Why do you say that?
I don't know. Just it looks gangsta. All right, Nick, answer my question. The projections desk isn't an editorial department. It's not made up of Handy Tucker types. It's not a liberal conservative thing. I did think it was early to call Arizona, but I think ultimately it'll pan out to be correct. Maybe. Silver and Cohen both suggest the math would be very hard to make up for Trump. It's still surprising it was called so early. See, that's what gets me. Even in 16 and all these things, Fox was the conservative. It was conservative with all their callings. By the way, NBC is now 213, 210. What's changed? Jeffrey said, never mind. They just called Texas 209, 219 Biden. Huh.
So if Arizona has cast about 2.5 million votes,
right,
75% of estimated votes, then that puts it about 3.2 million. So that's 700,000 votes that haven't been cast.
Or haven't been counted.
Haven't been counted, yeah. And right now the lead is about 160,000.
Yeah, or so. What are they counting now? District 2, Nebraska is probably going to go Biden.
So if there were, how many do we say? 600,000 that haven't been counted?
Right.
And there's a leak gap of 160,000. To make up that gap, Trump would have to win 160,000, and then he'd have to basically split the rest right down the middle to keep it tied, right?
Right.
That's 380,000 out of 600,000. So that's that 60 to 65% everybody's talking about that he has to win.
Yeah.
I mean, he was in Phoenix last year, so if they count those and it comes through for him, it may be, but I don't know.
Yeah, Nick says it's really pretty simple at this point. If Arizona is called correct, Biden needs Nevada likely, and 2 of the following: Wisconsin, Michigan, Georgia, or Pennsylvania. Wisconsin and Michigan seem likely to go to Biden. I don't know. I'm saying Michigan going Trump.
Yeah, but Michigan, you haven't had but 37% of the votes in Detroit counted.
Yeah. Any 2 going Biden takes 269 off the table. Not possible anymore. I'll be honest, good. I don't want that.
Yeah. Well, I think the one thing that's interesting about Wisconsin is that, like we talked about, Madison's got 92% reported. Milwaukee's got 36%, but it's a 60-40 split.
Yeah.
I don't think that – I mean, he's got a 113,000 vote lead. I don't know that there's enough there to push Biden past, but
yeah,
I mean, all the other counties are pretty fairly well reporting, but all the blue ones are high in the number they've reported or percent they've reported, except for Milwaukee County.
Right.
So it's going to come down to how that one goes.
Fox now has Nevada leaning Biden. Yeah, I mean, that's not news.
No.
Yep, what Adam said. What's outstanding in both Michigan and Wisconsin in early voting is urban centers, and the returns so far show Biden outpacing Clinton's numbers.
Yep.
They also showed that in Ohio at first, too.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm not putting a lot of stock in that. Guys, I think we're going to call it. I'm getting tired.
Well, they said that Biden's not going to make any further in-person appearances tonight. I just wanted to see if Trump would make a statement, and then we could close.
It doesn't look like it's going to be.
I don't see any numbers changing drastically right now, but
yeah. I'll be at my computer again tomorrow morning working. If something changes, Adam, you want to hop on, or can we do it during work?
I don't know if I'll be able to during the day, but
okay. So Nick just read, well, no, Ohio released early votes first. Yeah, okay. We'll see what happens. We're in for a long haul. I don't think this is going to be solved until the end of the week.
Yeah.
So, guys, 4.5 hours. Y'all been troopers. A lot of y'all stayed with us the entire time. I appreciate that. This was fun. I love doing stuff like this. My eyes are killing me, but this has been a fun night. No matter what happens, guys, the country's going to be fine. We're not going to go to socialism. The world will not die if Biden gets elected. The world will not die if Trump gets elected. Be kind to each other, no matter who we voted for.
That's right.
And I'm going to leave with this. God's on his throne. No matter what happens, no matter who gets elected, God is on his throne. That will never change. So, guys, we love y'all. We will talk to y'all whenever.
See ya.
Yeah. Thanks for hanging out with us, guys.